Good morning and welcome to today's live show. We're going to be hopping on a little bit early to see the data. Remember last night's video, I was mentioning how things looked a little bit fishy and I needed more price action. And so I woke up really early this morning to see if that was proving itself somewhere around 5:30 a.m. I was paying attention to this. And what do we notice right around 5:30 a.m.? We actually were confirming a signal. We were starting to confirm this signal. This is what I was talking about. A 30-minute divergence on the volatility on the VIX that is also showing up right here. That is going to turn over this 2-hour chart for the volatility, and we're going to see that crash down. Now, this is still very dependent on GDP. So even though this has formed, I still have to pay attention to the rock in my stream. We trade like water on this channel, and GDP will be a big deal. But to match up with this, I wanted to show you guys where the daily and the weekly expected move are on the futures market here for the S&P 500. And what do we notice? Well, we're starting to see support come in right at that daily expected move. So this is overall what I was talking about. You don't necessarily have setups down here, but you might have a setup based on where we open up due to the pull down here, where we open up by the market open. Okay, so another thing to point out here, this was a trade setup that I was showing on Patreon. We already told you guys about that yesterday. This did not drop. So this here didn't drop. If you are going to see some kind of big drop, wouldn't you expect small caps to have some weakness there? And then the other thing that I was pointing out, and first of all, also with IWM, just mentioning this as well, look at that dip down into our zone twice. Once here, 5-minute divergence down here for a great entry actually on IWM. Very good trade setup there. The other thing I was paying attention to was XLU, our crash signal. If we're going to crash, XLU is going to drop further. Where is it right now? It's not crashing. So this is why I was saying things are looking a little bit fishy, and I'm very glad that I have taken the time to gain these skills. So make sure that if you're not watching this live, you are tuning into the last part of this video, as we usually do a 15-minute breakdown towards the end of this video. And that course, guys, that course where you can learn the things that I'm learning, and you notice how it helps me not get tricked in the market as much. The course, once you get a very good handle on these indicators, on how I see the market, you can really pay attention here and put the probabilities together and say, it's kind of looking like we're going to bounce. Now, we have to pay attention to GDP, but that course is only $100 for the next pretty much 48 hours. Now, if volatility scales up, we might leave it a little longer, but I would grab that before the weekend. Dedicate your weekend to learning. You know, I don't drink, I don't smoke anymore, I don't do anything at all anymore. All I do is work, spend time with family, and spend time with friends. And if I can dedicate my weekend, a little portion of that, to learning something new, that might be the thing that gives me an edge the next week. So I highly encourage you to dedicate some time to learning this weekend. But good morning as we tune in. Good morning as we tune in. And I just wanted to really show this off. I was very, very, you can tell this is a difficult market because listen to my tone the past few days. It's been very, the past couple of days, I've been like, this looks fishy, this looks fishy. But when you trust your gut and you trust your signals, this is what you can read into in the future. You're welcome, Drew. Yeah, I saw your comment and I was like, hey, that's a pretty good idea. Drew was saying I actually posted a community post showing off this right here, but I posted it to Patreon first, just showing you guys how this is what I was talking about in last night's video. Now, this could mean something. It could not mean something. It has confirmed, but we haven't gotten that data yet. The 2-hour has not rolled over yet for volatility, and it's just now getting to like overbought. So I'm not convinced like this has to be some kind of trap, but this is what it would look like to see some kind of trap. This is exactly what it would look like. It would be XLU holding higher, IWM able to hold up higher because it has divergences at its weekly expected move. And then at the same time, you see volatility giving you a 30-minute divergence, okay? 30-minute divergence right here. So this can roll over that 2-hour, but we do have data coming out in about 5 minutes. So we're going to pay attention to that. Another thing to note here, I was looking around at some stocks. Apple confirmed this little divergence here that I was kind of joking about a couple days ago. If that happened, it ended up happening, so that's funny. But it still has to go negative for that to fully confirm, right? I would say this is where you're contrarian in a positive trend. You're a contrarian bear, right? You're a contrarian bear with this crossing of the MACD with that divergence. But once that goes negative, then you can say, okay, I'm a bear now. And I'm holding that and I'm managing that trade. And if you need to learn how to manage a trade, if you're someone who has difficulty when you see a bounce and you're like, oh, I'm going to hold it, it's going to drop back down. It just never does. My course actually got added to this weekend. I added a video to it because people were really asking about, hey, I'm struggling with getting out of a trade. Sometimes it's in the profit and then it swings back up and I lose it. So, and I try to hold it. And that's just a problem that I think a lot of people have. We solved that in the course so it's the last video under very important additional content. And the sale goes for another 48 hours. So it's $100 right now. And I mean, pretty much everyone that's taken the course has emailed me saying great things, or they've even emailed me saying, I just made back all my money in one trade. I've like made over double what the course was worth. So very, very good. But good morning. Get your coffee ready. We got data to come out in about 4 minutes. Remember, this is what I'm talking about. And when I posted this theory about the volatility, and about this little theory here, I believe I posted something like this to Patreon for IWM, right? I posted the IWM trade. Someone did comment, and they are correct in that IWM will suffer if the yields continue to go higher. But I want you to notice something about these yields right here. I want you to notice something about these yields right here, which is they are going to be very affected by the GDP. We get data that is supposed to come dramatically down from the previous. This would be a slowing in growth. And maybe the first narrative is this is a great thing because we're fighting inflation and things are going to be good. And then people start to realize, wait, we're slowing in growth. That means that stocks are not supposed to grow anymore. And then we see some kind of downturn. So yes, if we do get a low number, which we don't have to get a low number, that's just what the consensus is here. And I think it makes sense for the market makers to push it up. Another thing to point out, also, before this data comes out, if I can do it real quick, I was looking at Max Payne, and I almost posted this to Patreon, but things looked so wonky yesterday. I don't like to post things to Patreon unless they look like a very probable good thing, and that's why we posted the IWM trade. But I'm going to pull up Max Payne on the SPY real quick. This website has been terrible lately, by the way. But if I could pull that up, the overall point to showing you guys Max Payne for Friday is to show you the put volume now. This is the SPY for Friday's expiration, 2.79. 2.79. So if the market maker wanted to steal all of this money, they would push stocks higher, which kind of goes with the narrative here. Yields drop down because GDP comes in lower. People get the narrative of slowing growth is a good thing to fight inflation, but at least we are still growing. And then at the same time, now so that would be their mentality after we get the GDP report in 2 minutes. Their mentality right now is GDP could go horrible, it could go negative, or it could go extremely up, which would be inflationary, and therefore we need to sell everything, right? They're like, do not hold any of the meme stocks, do not hold any AMC, do not hold any GME. The fact that they are even talking about this and telling you not to hold this is very interesting, because why would they even pay attention to it? And they were breaking this down as, are we going to allow a bunch of people to buy a stock they like and let the market decide what the price is? That's literally what they said on the news. Are we going to let the market decide, let the retail market decide what the price is? You realize that's business? That's business. That's my YouTube channel. By putting out the info, you guys like or don't watch my videos, and then my channel will grow as big as it is supposed to grow according to the retail market. And they're saying they do not want that to happen. They're saying that on TV. That's literally on Bloomberg and on CNBC and on Yahoo Finance. It's on all of those platforms. So that is very scary to hear that they're like, if a bunch of people want to tomorrow buy Nike stock and everyone really likes Nike stock and all the people in America like Nike stock and they want to buy it and the stock price goes up, they think that that is wrong. That's what that statement means. And that's not how business works. So that is a very scary statement. Okay, but we're going to pay attention to this because this will be interesting. I wonder if they're going to rip this away from retail. We know as of right now, they are most likely messing things up and trapping people a bunch to make money. The market makers and the hedge funds do have big positions, short selling going on in AMC and GME, and they need to pay for that. And so that's why you're seeing AMC and GME continue to drop while the market actually saw some kind of slight bounce a little bit throughout the morning there. So we're paying attention. 7:30. Let's see. 1.3. Now we get to see the reaction. We'll see what the narrative is around this. Just because we got that low number doesn't mean that we have to go up, but we are going up. That's the funny part. So XLU utilities, we'll pay attention to this. IWM, we will pay attention to that. Look at that good bounce. Look at that good bounce. Gosh, if this actually makes this solid move, maybe goes and fills this gap today, I don't see any reason not to join the Patreon. You're pretty much getting thousands of dollars worth of content there, thousands of dollars worth of tools for $7 a month. It is just so helpful. You have the weekly ranges. I put out trade setups like this one, and boom. So don't think I'm going to put out a trade setup every day. I'm putting out trade setups that are very probable to be to the upside. Now, we are getting a bounce as of now. We have to still manage our trade. We have to make sure we're not going to see anything ripped away. Okay, let's see how those yields are performing now. We're seeing those start to drop off right away, right when we get that piece of data. So there you go. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that. What do you guys think? Davidson, I really appreciate you. Yeah, you've been waiting for it. That's perfectly fine. And I understand also, watching the videos and make sure there's proof. I know there's new people here, and I'm not saying like, oh, just join it willy-nilly. Make sure it is good for you and how you do your trading. If you think weekly ranges would be helpful, if you would like to see some trade setups and that kind of thing. But there you go. We just read into it pretty perfectly. We just read into it like we were pretty spot on. We were pretty spot on. Oh my God, we are pretty spot on. Yeah, I'm thinking about making another tier on Patreon. That's maybe just like $12 a month for closing streams, and then we can go live for closing streams and do a membership there. But I don't want to charge people more and more. Like, it's rough to keep charging. Like, I'm here for retail. I want you guys to make money, so making you spend money is kind of like to me. But if people see closing streams as valuable, I would like to have that for Patreon members only. Just make another tier there. Now, what are we noticing? VIX able to drop off. We still have to cross down on this MACD here, so it's not all over yet. SPY able to bounce. We're looking at our IWM trade. If this starts to cross on the 2-hour and starts to head up, that can be a good sign. That can be a good sign. So right now we're still like within that range for the day, so don't think this has to be going up in one shot. But at least my IWM play, that's going to print today, so I'm going to get to make money today as well. We love being able to make money. Alrighty, let's refresh this. Remember, when you come in, like the video, guys. Like the video. It really does help out the channel. We can get more retail people in here, more people to learn about technical analysis, learn how I see things. And if they're able to understand it, I think they can do a lot better if they are struggling, that is. I know some of you guys are probably really good seasoned traders, and I'm glad that you are here with us and give us your input throughout the day. If you're someone who understands something a little bit better than I don't, that's awesome. Add that into your comments, just like JS does sometimes, just like M7 does with silver. Like, these are very good things to hear, and it gets me. The reason I'm asking you to do that in the comments is because, one, it's good for the community to see some other info, but it's also good for me to go look at and kind of analyze those stocks and see if what you're saying kind of lines up. That's very cool when something you guys say lines up with how the stock is performing. Give me 1 second here. $22 likes in there. Thank you guys so much for being here this morning. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the fact that we are alive a little bit sooner. So the first step with IWM, by the way, is it has to go positive on the 30-minute. Now, for the SPY and the Qs, we have those daily expected moves. If this 2-hour can curl up, I do think we get another push higher, and then we see that rug pulled. I think that this would be the ultimate rug pull up in these areas, actually. For the SPY and the Qs. I think that the Qs were able to hold up really, really well. So if they can just turn up and then see that ripped away later on, that would be very interesting. And then we also want to pay attention if XLU is able to actually curl up here and make that signal at the same time, because that's your crash signal. Daily divergence on XLU and SPY at the same time. Check out, oh, Dell earnings today. Oh my God, I have to talk about something. Oh my God, before Dell, hold on. I have to look at this real quick. Do you see this drop? Okay, look at this drop from 1830 all the way down to here. And I'm going to tell you, who knows what big investor bought this with their fund? Does anyone know? I don't include extended hours. No, I do not. But I will pay attention to the futures market, and if I see something interesting. Kathy, oh my God, Kathy Wood bought this yesterday. Kathy Wood bought this yesterday, and she's immediately down 30%. And you guys know I've been critical about Kathy Wood before. I do not think she is profitable. I think she's someone who thinks she sounds smart, and the humbleness might not be there. So that's kind of a rough spot. And this is a good lesson to know. Like, even someone like Kathy Wood can make this big of a mistake. This is a huge, huge mistake. And this is why I wanted to point this out. Look what we had. Good numbers on earnings, 30% down. This right here, Kathy Wood losing millions and millions, millions and millions, millions and millions of dollars today should convince you, just do not trade around earnings. You guys know that that's one of the points I make all the time. Trading earnings is a 50-50 flip. What did Kathy Woods do? She made a 50-50 flip yesterday, and holy crap, that is awful. That is awful. They're telling us not to buy AMC and GME. Yes. Why do they care so much about AMC and GME going up? They're all in on it. They're all in on it, and they cloud it as safety for the retail investor. But the overall point with this is don't trade around earnings. You just learned from Kathy Wood. Why would you do it yourself? Why would you do it yourself? You can't do it. You can't do it. She tried to get lucky here. She tried to, I don't know if she was paying attention to this possible divergence, but the divergence never confirmed. So you don't want to front run a divergence before earnings, especially because that momentum, sure, it could be there to the upside. It could be dying out, but you know that momentum down here, if it goes down, it can be distributed the other way. And look at that. That is awful. That is awful. Will Tesla finally break out? I think it could right now. You're still just being patient, right? Being patient is a huge thing. The 2 hour has never crossed up. Now it is crossing up. So if I was thinking about taking a play on this, what's the first thing I would do? I would go put that weekly range. I would join Patreon. I create those ranges, so I already have them. Boom, I would make that range right away and say that's as high up as Tesla is expected to go by Friday close. And we're approaching Friday pretty soon. So if I wanted to pull up Tesla, I believe I have the ranges up. You have a solid move priced in here. You can come test this high. We can come test this high. Okay, so don't think that this has to break down. This is why we're waiting for that direction. I said Tesla was wonky. Well, if it crosses up on this 2 hour into positive territory, it's not as wonky. But then you got to manage that trade. You're still not above 180.92. Good resistance at that level. Keep an eye on my IWM trade. God, that is going to print. I bought that thing at 202.23. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I am pumped about that. That is awesome. How is it June already? I know we were so, oh, God, I was so close to calling a top. I was like, God dang it. I did so good. We said, you know, correction. Then the next month we said, what did we say in the next month? Traps. Then in the next month we said, and it was traps like all month in that month. And then the next month we said short squeeze into May. And then we said in May we might find that top, some kind of bigger top, some kind of major top. And now it's looking like it might be the beginning or middle of June. So we were so close. Do you think we'll have a good day because of the CAT system? Just know this. Just know this. They want you to believe that it is not going to happen. Therefore, I said at the beginning of this week, it would not surprise me for them to manipulate the market down, manipulate AMC and GME down for this week, convince all the people to get out, and then the real holders are the ones who benefit at the end of the day, meaning into June. So what did I do? I moved some positions over into June. So I had positions for the end of this month. I moved those over into June late last week, just in case, because I started to think that. I mentioned that on Sunday's video, and then we talked about it on Monday Live as well. So I think that I'm holding the stock. I'm still trading one position back and forth, and then I'm holding a position into June 14th. I switched that position around last week. At my last scale in, I just I rolled the position and bought a little bit more because it was cheap as hell. And guess what? It's going down further. And do you think I care? No. So now I have about $3,000 mixed into it. Well, I took out a position, so now it's back down to about 2,500, 2,200. But I do own some of the stock too. Not really worried about that though. Holding the stock is much easier than trying to trade a option. If you're going to trade an option for AMC and GME, real quick, if you're going to trade an option here, you need this 2 hour to go positive. You know, you want to pay attention to what you would do in a regular trade. The 30-minute hasn't curled up and the 30-minute's not in positive territory. So remember, 437 was my line in the sand we created way back at that big pump up. And look at that, we go down to 437. Now we do this, we created a divergence, we see a big drop. Now we're in negative territory. So not looking the best here, but if you flip over to GME, this thing is still right next to positive, is right next to the center line. So if this curls up early today, that could be a moment and maybe we are going to see a bounce. I still think we have potential for some kind of fake pump where GME goes to like $100 and then drops all the way back down to like 40, and people think, oh, that was it. And then that's if enough people hold, then it maybe can unfold. I think they want to trick you a lot. When it went to 85, I didn't sell. Hey, that's okay. You know, you just want to make sure to realize that momentum will be in these stocks. Okay, so that's why we were talking about watching a 30-minute crossover when we went to the high up here. We said, watch, the 30 minutes going to cross over. We're going to see a downward push. Maybe this was the fake pump, and then we're going to see the real pump now. That could be the possibility here. I think we might have one more fake pump in us that gets us to like something like 100, and then it drops back off. And that's just the short sellers trying to be like, oh, yeah, it happened. Look at that. It happened. And then the real big move happens. Pretty much GME should most likely go to like, I would say $300 a share, and then maybe even beat. Because like, why would Roaring Kitty put out videos saying like, this is the last time we're doing he's like, it's going to be worse than ever before. In those little Twitter videos, you can see that he's saying that in his videos. And why would he say that? And then we only go up to 100 or 300. We don't even beat the previous highs, right? AMC goes to like 40 or 100. It doesn't make sense. So I think he thinks this is going to be the big moment. And you see that from the actual GME and AMC streamers. I've been watching just a couple of them every once in a while to see what they're saying. And a lot of the time they say, you know, I'm not going to sell this at 400. Roaring Kitty. Rar. Doesn't he work for a hedge fund? I highly doubt after he made $50 million he's working for. And if he does work for a hedge fund, I bet money he's advising that hedge fund to buy a position. Some hedge funds are buying this position. Did you guys know back in, dumb money, back in the time when GME made this big pump, I think it was this one or the actual one back in the day, they made $700 million back during the last big short squeeze for GME. So hedge funds, institutions will buy into this. And I think a lot of them already have, because they think that this is a great thing and maybe they're not doing any illegal activity. And so they're like, I want to catch them in the illegal activity as well. So you have a weird time where hedge funds might actually be buying this as well. Some of them bought it last time. And I know for a fact one of them made $700 million off of the trade last time. And they sold their shares when Elon Musk tweeted. The second Elon Musk tweeted, game stopped. He tweeted game stopped, and that is when they sold their shares and made $700 million. Yeah, it's impossible for this to be retail volume. The volume is too high. So to put this in perspective, you see this day right here. I think it was this day right here. Maybe it was yesterday. It was Tuesday. I believe it was Tuesday or yesterday. I think it was this day right here. This day right here had more volume in it than the S&P 500 on that day. It had over 3 times the amount of volume as the S&P 500. That is freaking crazy. That is crazy that a little video game shop will have more volume in it than the whole S&P 500. And that hints to you one thing: the market makers are struggling. Something is wrong with the market makers if they can't, build liquidity. So something is very interesting here. Yeah, 110 million. Okay, there's your volume. I don't pay too much attention to volume because I just like my signals. I don't think it adds too much, but I do have another chart layout that I can pay attention to volume as well. Now, AMC didn't have the most volume on that day. It had some, but it hasn't crossed over on the daily MACD. So you can't even say like, oh, this is dead. You can't even say contrarian wise that this is dead, right? Until that goes negative, that's not bearish. So this would be a contrarian bearish indication if we got a red bar here. But as of right now, you're not getting that. Now, GME already did that, but just note that this is a bearish contrarian indication, and we're still in positive territory on the daily. So in order for this to actually die off, right, and that, they're telling you GameStop's dead. It's not yet. According to momentum, it is not yet. Let's look around for a little bit, though. Let's look over at gold. I saw some interesting things with gold here, trying to curl up on the 30-minute by the center line. Not a good enough thing for me to post to Patreon, but it looks like we might be getting a curl up in gold. We can go look over at silver, see how that's been reacting. What do we notice? That is dropping off. Remember, this is one I was talking about on the 2-hour. This could be some kind of double top forming, so watch out. And now we're seeing that drop down. So we'll see if this rotates down fully. It's been stronger than gold for a little bit here, so we'll pay attention to it. But overall, it's just it might be even just a handle. We might even go fill this gap and turn right back up, right? Nothing. This is a very significant divergence. So good shot. This is rotating over and going into a negative trend. I want to point that out. Test the low, maybe go make a new one, start that negative trend. But if this is able to turn up at any time, that's not necessarily the moment. Let's click through some of the stocks that we do cover. We're seeing Apple with a slight bounce here, able to go green, then goes back to red. If it's able to go green again, that would mean it's back on. And you guys know we're looking for that divergence up here. Now, we joked about the 30-minute divergence here. That's giving us a pullback. But if we can get that 2-hour to rotate back up, get that 30-minute to rotate back up, that will be a good sign for Apple. So I can pay attention to my 30 minutes in positive territory. If that rolls up, the reason I was like, this isn't, usually you want your divergences, at least the first point, to be some kind of overbought, because overbought is another indication of like momentum. So overbought means we went too high up too fast, right? So that just tells me the momentum might shift down for a moment. This did not get overbought. So usually you want those divergences in overbought territory, at least the start of them. Now, Tesla, we just talked about this a little bit. What are we seeing? A big bounce. The 30-minute was able to go positive. That's what we were talking about yesterday. Here, you can be contrarian bullish. Now, this doesn't look like the most obvious setup. So if you're going to take something like that, you got to manage the trade, and you got to make sure the 2-hour is going to curl back up. That's how you learn from things like today, is you just really look back at the signals and see what you weren't seeing. And I think I pointed out a lot of things that people weren't seeing yesterday. Amazon, this one's starting to see a little bit of weakness. Now, this had a great setup, and it's in positive territory still. So we expect pullbacks, we expect handles, we expect all those things. But if this thing starts to roll negative on the 30-minute, then that might go form some kind of double bottom. So this is the risk management part of the course, will really help you out with a trade like Amazon's right now. And the 2-hour is still far away from the center line, curling back down. So if you're going to see this push down, maybe you create a 2-hour divergence at the same time, closer to the center line. Right now, you were far away here. That's why I was like, this still, you got to manage it. I think you got a chance that this still turns back up. If it can go positive, that'd be good. NVIDIA, this one here is the rigged one. This is the rigged one they are using to take profits on and then, do little traps like this, make a bunch of money, and then use that, the market makers, that is, use that money in order to cover those short selling positions. And that's very, very, very true there. But nothing really to take from here. Nothing really to take. I'm not going to say too much, because anytime I say something about NVIDIA, and I say, yeah, this thing looks like it's going to drop, or it could drop here, but you're in a short squeeze, so don't short it. Everyone tries to short it, and then that just makes the problem worse. Everyone tried to short it right here with this crossing over of the MACD and a flat divergence, and look at that. They rip it back higher. That is manipulation. That is manipulation. Retail is not going to buy a not even 0.5% dip down. Now, the cool part about this, what you can learn from it, is how the weekly ranges are important. This bar right here came down and touched 1109. Do you know where the weekly range is? It is at 1110. 1110. That is a test of the weekly range. We use it as support. People try to go short and they rip the money away from the retailers. So I keep saying over and over again, just stay away from NVIDIA. There are other stocks to trade with better setups. Other better setups will be there. You don't know how long they are going to rig NVIDIA. Notice we just got news that would potentially be a good thing for the market, at least with their mentality right now. We're seeing that dip down. So some profit taking will come in. People will try to short it. And then this is going to curl back up into positive territory. And we're going to make another point of divergence. This one's just not significant of me enough for me to say, yeah, this is going to reverse down. Now it can, and I can pay attention to those signals. It's just not good for a trade setup. AMD, this is one that I got out of yesterday because I said something's off here. A lot of the time we like to create those divergences. Yes, we confirmed the 2-hour divergence, but I still think this 30-minute right by the center line can curl up one more time, and this is the trade I'm going to take for some downside. So I'm not saying NVIDIA can't go down. I'm just saying I'm waiting for an actual good trade setup. Meta going forward, 30-minute by the center line, never curled up yet. Hasn't curled up yet. The 2-hour, paying attention to that curling down, didn't curl down yet. So this first part of the morning here is going to be very important for Meta. Are we going to curl down on the 2-hour, confirming another test of these levels? Or are we going to confirm the 30-minute and go make that 2-hour divergence a little more clear with this high? That's something I'm paying attention to for Meta. Microsoft dropping down here. Wow. Okay, so Microsoft 30 minutes going to be able to go negative. Interesting. This actually might look cleaner on an hourly. Yeah, hourly wasn't able to turn up. Falling back down. Microsoft does not look very good. And I know on the daily scale here, you're just creating another point of divergence across the way. So remember, it can still continue. We could do something like this. Like, don't ever think that we can't still bounce. That's how they manipulate you. They convince you you're 100% right. You pretty much never expect you're 100% right. You always expect they're going to try to trick me. And if you're able to do that, you know how to manage your risk. And that would convince me, hey, if I'm managing my risk, I won't get tricked at any point. Looking at a daily divergence forming, hey, if this 30-minute curls back up, well, look where it is, positive territory. So even though it's dropping off, good drop off there, but could just be some kind of profit taking of some hedge fund, of some market makers in order to pay for their AMC short positions. Their borrowing fees are billions of dollars at this point. What do we notice here about Google? The 30-minute was able to cross. Does it go negative? That's a big deal here. And then the 2-hour here, does that actually turn back up? This looks relatively like Apple at this point. Never turned back up here, though. So you need that 2-hour to turn back up to see that point of divergence form again. So we could take something like this and say, okay, well, we could push up higher. Maybe I pay attention to what weekly expected move. Google and Microsoft, we do give out on the Patreon. One to talk about is Netflix. This one here is about to confirm a triple divergence. I think there's weakness in Netflix. I thought about taking a play on this right away because I think Netflix might see some kind of a more dramatic drop here. All right, let's click back over to the SPY. That thing is still holding below the weekly expected move at this point. What are we noticing about the PCC, by the way? The PCC at the end of the day yesterday, 0.995, so put side. That's what made me go look at Max Payne. So we'll see here. The big thing here is, do we complete a divergence? Do we complete a divergence right away in the morning? I think that will be huge. Yeah, I'm lost today, not going to trade. Hey, that's perfect. Yo, the fact that you're willing to admit that is amazing. That is amazing. Because, like, don't sell yourself short, because a lot of traders would say, I can't figure out today, and then they'd YOLO something. If you're someone who cannot figure out today, wait for a better signal. And maybe with that relaxedness in you, you can just look at charts and maybe you will find a setup. Maybe you will find a setup like we did on Patreon. I was being very patient with this, but IWM looked like the play. And I'm saying that the SPY and the Qs, or the SPY could look like this. The SPY could look like this first thing in the morning. So I'm going to see if all that confirms, though. Now, IWM, I found a position based on a very short time frame because it's outside of the weekly expected move, and I was like, it doesn't look like it's going to cross by the end of the day. So I want to make some kind of position. So I'm not in the biggest position here, but it will print me some money. Top of the morning to you, J. Cole. Thank you for joining the Patreon. I saw you join last week. Hey, you guys, we're streaming down here. You can go play upstairs. Tesla, we already did. Curls up on the 2-hour. You most likely see positivity. Sorry, Naveed, I just did it, but I'll click on it in a little bit before the open. Just give me like 20 minutes so we can talk about other things for a bit, and then remind me, okay, Naveed? Shorted Kohl's, KSS. I actually shop at Kohl's sometimes. It's where I buy my shoes. It's where I buy my shoes because I wear out my shoes very quickly, and Kohl's has decent prices. We'll look at Shopify as well. 30-minute divergence on Kohl's. So if you take this play, you got to manage it because look at this. This could be a trap. So you got to manage that trade. That's what's going to be on the Patreon, the last video on Patreon. You also are creating a 2-hour divergence here. So do I think Kohl's is topping out? Yes. But it could push like this and then top out. And this would be maybe not the right time. So what the Patreon or what the course down in the description will do will allow you to know when to also get back in when it's not the right timing. It doesn't mean that you're wrong. It just means you might be wrong right now and you don't want to be convinced otherwise, so you manage the trade. And managing the trade will keep you from losing a bunch, and then you can just reapply that position later. That's what it teaches you how to do. Oh, there you go. Okay, it's down big pre-market. Oh, my bad, guys. It is down 24%. So there's your I mean, it already confirmed. So your 30-minute actually here, if you were in this is the signal to pay attention to. You see the divergence at the same time. Very good play. Now it is with earnings. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it was with earnings. Is a 50-50 flip still, guys. I mean, the signals can look good. I'm not going to be like, oh, I was right. The signal was here and this was down. No, this is earnings. This is a 50-50 flip. Nothing up here really matters. It's a 50-50 flip unless you have the golden setup. So I don't, that's for course members who get the golden setup. The 30-minute divergence is there. The 2-hour didn't complete at all. So we'll pay attention to that. I wonder what it looks like on the daily. Let's see what it looks like on the daily. Yeah, nothing really showing too much weakness, but if this gets you into negative territory, that's going to be very, very bad. It was close to being a golden setup. XLU just staying flat. All right, Naveed, where you at? I'll show you real quick on Tesla what's going on, just because we're on the 2-hour chart. Naveed, are you here? Here you go. So if the 2-hour is able to curl up, notice we've never confirmed the upward move on the MACD. Now we have to see if we can confirm it this morning. You got to wait for that. I mean, you can front run as long as you know how to manage the trade, right? That's a very important thing to learn about, trading with these charts is you can front run stuff if you manage the trade correctly. That's why I'm allowed to front run stuff, is because I manage my trades very, very closely these days, especially these days. Hello, BK. Tony, what's up? Oh yeah, let's go look at Shopify. Shoot. Is this down as well? Damn, okay. 2-hour divergence down here. You're tapering off. 30-minute. No real divergences here, just on the RSI. Like almost on the, yeah, it's on the RSI. You got a divergence on the RSI, triple divergence across the way on the RSI, but you're stuck in a range. So the problem here is you're stuck in a range and they're faking you out a bunch. You see the range? So they're faking you out a bunch. That's where managing the trade will really come in handy, because you can say, oh, it finally broke out, and then you manage the trade and you're like, oh, no, this isn't the moment. Then you go down here and you're like, it's finally broke down, and you're like managing the trade. You're like, oh, no, it's not. And now it's going to do this, and maybe then it rips down, right? So managing the trade within a range is a very good thing to do. And a lot of the time you can still make money when you're in a range like that. Press the like button, everyone, for the good information here. Yeah, we kind of called out the sketchiness. I know my video didn't do as well, and that's because I think I was being a completely different take than what most people's positions were. You have to, yeah, Jonathan. And a lot of people come in and they don't like the fact that I give both cases. But if you're not aware of both cases, then you're the easiest person to trick. If you're like, NVIDIA is above 1,000 and it has to go up, and you're not even paying attention to how it could go down, or when it goes down, or when it confirms going negative, you're going to be one of the people that they take the most amount of money from. So I encourage you to take accountability for your trade, manage your trades. We've been saying that a lot lately because I didn't realize just how helpful that is to know when to get out, when you're being tricked. And we were being tricked. We were being tricked, and I caught the signals. 30-minute divergence here. XLU not dropping down lower. IWM. Now, this could be another trick. We could come all the way back down, right? It's not over just because I caught the first one. I always have to be looking out for the next trick. Bear and bull. That's why bear and bull isn't the right statement for a trader. Trading like water is the best thing I think I've ever come up with. I'm a creative guy. I've made creative style content. I used to be big in comedy. I got asked to do comedy in New York and Florida, so I'm a creative guy. And trade like water seems like the best analogy you can come up with for how a trader should be. Can that be a trap? Yeah, that's what we've talked about. So we put out this trade setup right here on Patreon. The Patreon link is down in the description. It's only $7, and this trade right here will make you much, much more than $7. But not saying to take a trade based on this. Make sure to do your research. Wait till things confirm. If you don't know how to front run things, it's very difficult to do if you don't know what to look for here. But you can learn about that stuff as you get better, as you take the course, as you keep doing plays like this. So the SPY, the reason we were saying this was a trap was XLU and IWM were not dropping to significant levels this morning. And the other point was we said the volatility before this even happened was going to make a 30-minute divergence. That completed. And the reason we were talking about that was because we knew that the data today was supposed to come in low for the GDP. A low GDP brings down these yields, which is a good thing for stock for small caps. So we said it's most likely coming in down. It's going to come in at consensus, and boom, look at that, right on that bar right there. It comes down. We come in at consensus. You want to always pay attention to the future. You don't want to pay attention to necessarily what's happening right now with yields. With yields, it's like that big move already happened. So if you read into tomorrow's data and say those yields can keep going, I would say the yields are high and we're expected to get a low number, so that's coming down. That's how I think about things. The dollar dropping off as well. The dollar dropping off as well. So people are buying in this move. Now I expect this to hold up higher because this is insider selling. So I expect this to hold up higher, but we might see the dollar head up while the market heads up at the same time. So was this able to turn over the 2 hour yet? We're going to find out. So we still could be wrong on this. Don't think that we're right immediately, right? Everything's going well, but the 2 hour hasn't crossed. I'm not out of the woods, and I'm never out of the woods. I'm a trader. Do I think AMC will go back up? Yes, but when is very hard to talk about. It's very hard to tell when it is. If you're trading it based on momentum, a very simple thing to say would be a big move could come if the 2 hour is able to cross up because it is very close to going into a positive trend again. Notice this is here. We gapped up right here. We went into a positive trend, and then what happens? We go off to the races. We go off to the races, the short sellers panic and institutions get involved. So therefore, we see that go off to the races. Oh, something very, very cool about GME I'm going to show you guys. You guys don't think I'm always doing research. I'm always learning. I want you to see this right here. GME, short. You guys don't think that they're doing short sales on this? I want to show you guys something real quick. You guys don't think they're doing short sales on this? Before I click this, who thinks that AMC and GME is just a total farce and nothing is happening on the short sale side? Who out there thinks that GME and AMC are not being suppressed? AMD, I think, curls up on the 30-minute. I don't think it's a good trade setup. Me. Okay, so you do not think that it is being suppressed? All right, Davidson, watch this. Short sale volume. On the daily. Wow. Look at that peak. Now, the funny thing is, you're like, oh, that's coming down. Do you want to know the last time we saw peaks this high? Weird how it lines up with this date over here. I wonder what happened around that date. I wonder what happened. Oh, it is borrowed and it's naked shorted. And that's the exact problem. So it's borrowed, and that therefore, if the stock remains higher, they have to pay those fees, then they could get margin called too. So this right here proves it. Look at the level we're at back then and look at the level we're at now. It's literally the same. And this is only the 50% of the data, right? There's naked shorts in this as well. That's the main problem. But this is showing you they're trying to suppress the stock. Why would they try to suppress the stock? It's because they're doing something wrong and they want to steal money from retail traders. So this should be enough evidence just right here alone that they're doing bad behavior. It doesn't mean we have to see the same reaction. They could win, but this is literally so good. This is so good. What do you mean get out of the scale? You have to get into this scale. Look at this. This is because they're getting caught. It's going to remain down here because no one's paying attention to it. It remains down here because no one's paying attention to it. Once people pay attention and the stock goes up, boom. It literally is right there in front of you that they're manipulating the stock. Now, would I buy GME? I think AMC on the 2-hour looks a little bit better, but now they're looking about the same. But GME is not going positive. So I've already bought these, but I'm trading back and forth a position. We can still learn from this momentum-wise, and what do we notice? This one right here. Boom. Favorite ticket to inverse. I really like the... as far as drops go, I really like UVXY. I've traded it a bunch, but you have to be very good to trade. You have to be very quick. You have to know your charts, and you have to be able to look at multiple charts. Probably within like you have to be able to click through and analyze charts, like 5 of them within a minute. But I would say inverse. I've used SQQQ, I think, the most. But usually I just buy a position there. I don't take I buy the actual shares. I don't do an options play if I do SQQQ, and sometimes UVXY. You guys know UVXY. I had a position, but I also am just accumulating UVXY, and I've sold a lot of that lately. But yeah, Davidson, I hope that's helpful. That's just what I like. So as far as momentum goes with GME, remember, we're just learning from this. And if you want to take a play, you have to be able to analyze things like this. So what would this say? Well, it is still positive. Now it looks like it's about to go negative, but if that just flips up at any time it goes positive, that's when you know that that's positive territory. If this rolls into negative, the trend is bearish. The trend is bearish. Be very, very clear about that. The trend is bearish if we go negative here. It is back to bullish once it goes positive. So if it curls all the way down to here and it crosses up, this is a contrarian bullish signal until it goes fully bullish by crossing the center line. That is some of the most helpful info you can ever get, and I bet no other YouTuber will tell you that, and we go more in depth with it in the course. Fishing sucked, but I had a great time with my friends. Hey, that's the important part. Focus on the second part of your sentence. And the good part is you put psychologically, you said the bad part first and the good part second. Did you know that's a good thing? Did you know psychologically that's a good thing? So do you know if you're giving someone bad and good news, you should always give the bad news first and the good news second? Because the last thing to stick in your brain is the second thing you hear. The last thing you hear is what sticks in your brain. Very cool little psychology lesson for you. Good morning. Love to see the short sale manipulation on Tesla and Apple. So I don't want to look too much into that. I don't want to formulate all this crazy stuff across all these charts. I'm just focusing on GME and AMC, and GME, that's what you notice here. You can see that with the GME short sales that it's manipulation, because you don't see spikes like that anywhere else. What was GDP? It was in at 1.3%, so it happened exactly how we thought it would. And now we can still get tricked again. It doesn't mean we're always 100% right all the time. This is seeing a bounce. It's very good. It's going to look green. Now we have to manage the trade. I'm going to be managing this trade here. And someone did ask about AMD. Now AMD, this is really close to the center line. I don't even know if I covered this, but this is close to the center line. Curls up, positive territory. This is what I'm looking for AMD, and then I'll take a trade. This is the one I'm going to take and talk about with you guys live if AMD makes this move. I said I would trade an AI or a chip stock, and AMD is the one I'm going to play if it gives me a setup. And I'm going to do it live. I'm just going to tell you guys when exactly I'm getting in, how I'm watching it. Now, the managing the trade is part of the course, so I can't do that with you guys. I can't give you all of that info for free. That portion right there, that 40 minutes about how to manage a trade, is worth thousands of dollars alone. And you can get it for $100 for the next 48 hours. So I am doing a lot of this stuff for free. Like just so we're very clear here, I make about what? I'll even tell you guys how much I make on YouTube every month. It's somewhere around $300 to $400 a month off YouTube. So when you put that into perspective and how much time I put into YouTube, it's like, ooh. Now the course helps that buffer a little bit, but if I wasn't able to make a course, I would like literally probably not be doing this at all, because it's like, oh my God, this is just not worth it. I'm trying to turn YouTube into a job that fulfills more money than my startup job right now. And then I will be able to do more things on YouTube, like closing streams and creating another tier on Patreon so that members only get closing streams, just to keep the FUD out of here. We've had some people over the last couple of days who just come in and they try to talk crap on you guys for taking certain positions, and I'll never talk crap on you. I'll tell you if I think it's a good thing for momentum or a bad thing. But yeah, this is why we buy the course. You will grow. Feel like if you added a guru to the stream, aka me, we need to add a moderator for sure. I wish my wife actually was my old moderator for my old channel. I used to be a just chatting person. I would just be funny and talk about stock, or not talk about stocks. I would just talk about like random stuff happening, and she would manage it for me. She would be a moderator. So she's got a baby to take care of all day, though. Trying to fake their way in, and I think if you're getting any kind of BS, I'm fine with people flipping back and forth. Like that's what you do as a trader. You flip back and forth. If it's just straight BS, like Jim Cramer, should that guy be giving stock advice? That is someone who they want you to take stock advice from. Did you guys know something about Jim Cramer's call people? Did you guys know that Jim Cramer's people who call in are, first of all, they are vetted or they're fake? Did you guys know that? Jackie Latitz is another streamer. Actually, I've tuned into his a few times just because my daughter likes when he plays music, and if I have to watch my daughter and watch my trades at the same time, I bring her down here. I turn that on if he's playing music, and he like rotates around that little running guy. He rotates around that little running guy really fast, and she likes to look at it, so I think it's funny. Now, do I think he's just it's still with the GME AMC thing. I'm just going to be honest. I think he's a little bit biased, but what he says technically is a little different than how I do things, but he's not necessarily saying bad things. I will say that on the technical analysis he gives. He's not necessarily saying bad things. WAFD, I took a put position last week and think it's exiting closer to 25. Yeah, we could take a look on it, see if that was a good trade setup for you. So you took a short last week. Let's say even if it was Friday at the end of the day. Let's see what's happened since then. It's coming down. So one thing you do have here is a 30-minute reversal signal, okay? So that is a 30-minute reversal signal. Now this is a contrarian signal, right? Contrarian bullish signal. Now you're flagging. So you want to see, I mean, I think the 15-minute might be tighter here for you. So this is right by positive territory. So if the 15-minute rolls positive, you'd be a little bit worried about that play, because as you go positive, that means the 30-minute can go positive. But if this rolls over at any time, that might make another point of divergence. And then you could maybe go with this tapering here and say, okay, yeah, I don't know if $25 is possible. It would really help to have a weekly range for a stock like this, because you saw a significant drop and maybe you just do a double bottom. I would say test the low or create a new one, and maybe you go create a point of divergence. So if this crossed up with divergence right here, you're so close to positive territory. This is where your risk management would say, maybe time to take a little profit on that. That's just what my strategies would say. But see, you got to pay attention to what's actually forming. Down 1.47% yesterday and no trades in it. So you got to wait for the price action. But if this curls over, just pay attention if that ever curls up, because you're getting closer to going into a positive trend, which means the downside is negative trend. So that means if you flip into positive trend, you have a chance to start to do this, and that will hurt you a little bit. So hopefully you're able to learn from that a little bit. My guess on NVIDIA now, I think it's going to be manipulated until the GME and AMC thing really plays out. Okay, here's the thing. If the GME and AMC thing is going to play out in the next, say, 4 weeks, then I think NVIDIA will be manipulated for 4 weeks. Yeah, you're welcome, Hector. Yeah, so that's just how you break down a stock. Notice I went to the 30-minute and I was like, okay, this is seeing a solid bounce. It's kind of flagging though. So maybe I look at a 15. Is that close to the center line? Okay, if that crossed, that would be bearish. You're in a bearish trend. You're in a negative trend. Okay, but can it flip into a positive trend? Can it flip into a positive trend is usually when I'm like, okay, if I take profit here, I got a winning trade, right? I have a winning trade. So if I have a winning trade, the only way to make money in the market is to hit the sell button when you're green. You're one of the most unbiased traders on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try really hard, and I think my mentality of trade like water has really helped me. It wasn't always like this. It wasn't always like this. And I think what happened to me was I got too cocky, and I think that I was maybe humbled a little bit, and that I think it was a lot to do with like Zillow back in the day, and I knew I needed to learn more. And once Zillow happened, I was making great money before the Zillow earnings moment happened for me back in the day. I was making, you know, for me early on in trading with that Zillow, it was like $3,000 to $6,000 a month, and I thought I was killing it. And then Zillow happened, and I was like, oh, I just lost like 2 months worth of money in one trade in like an hour. So that a moment like that will really make you take a step back. Trading earnings has screwed me. Don't do it. Kathy Woods, we've already talked about this morning. Kathy Woods is your example. She is dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars in this trade right now. She just lost 30% of that money, hundreds of millions of dollars. So let's say she put $10 million into this. She just lost in one day. She has lost $3 million. In one day, she's lost $3 million because she traded earnings. It's a 50-50 flip. These numbers are good. Look at the numbers. Green, green. Stock go down. She did something that we say on this channel not to do every single time, and take that as proof. She is someone with like millions and millions of dollars. She has millions and millions of dollars. And I don't. And I know this rule. And she made this mistake. I hope she learns from it. Going to keep one runner in play. Hey, that's perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. Oh, look at this. XLU. All of a sudden, XLU starts to bounce right before the open. Payment not working for the course. I keep hearing that. I need to contact them, guys. And I'll extend the thing. I've heard it a couple times. Polito, I know that. Are you from a different country? Are you not in America? I need to figure that out because that's just ridiculous. Something's off there. I've heard that like 3 times now, and I think it's all people in different countries trying to buy it. Is it pollito or polito? Look at that, XLU bouncing. Holy crap. Well, what? Well, the SPY follows XLU right now, and the SPY's down. So we're going to create maybe a divergence here on the 30-minute. Everyone's going to be trapped, and then it's going to go up, and the 2-hour might just cross, and we might actually see that high. Maybe even by the end of the week if we see a crazy run-up. Because what would they need to do? They want a crazy run-up. The market makers want to make as much money as possible right now. Now we know that on Friday we have a 2.76 put-to-call ratio according to Max Payne. And therefore, the market makers can make a ton of money from doing calls. I'm from the USA. I tried last night around 11:30 Pacific time. Okay, I'm going to... Their support opens up for me on the creator side at 10 a.m. I'm going to contact them immediately after the stream and make sure everything is working out, because that's multiple times now I have heard that. And if that's continuing to happen, I know some people have been able to buy it, but just make sure everything with your card, first of all, is the billing address is correct and all that stuff too. Just make sure it's nothing, absolutely nothing possible on your end, but I will still reach out to them and tell you any updates. I would just say every single night, try, and I'll keep it at $100 because I know there's a bunch of people who have been trying to get it. And I've received like 4 emails now that something's off on the payment side, which is really annoying because like this is where you can be starting to make money in this market, right? If you learn this info, this is like a setup for the SPY. There was a setup for IWM. These are trades that you will see after you take the course. That pisses me off a little bit. Crypto stock portfolio slowly though. Hi Lucas, dumb question. No, it's fine. No question's a dumb question, Chad. Can you explain the wash rule? I have recently repurchased the same stock within the month, but my gains are still within my IRA brokerage account. So the wash rule, I got to refresh myself on it real quick. Oh yeah, so it's just a I thought it might have been a 60 to 90 day rule. It's a 30-day rule now. So it's pretty much this. I'm just going to tell you what it says here because I thought it would be 2 months or 3 months. It's so if you sell a security, so if you sell it, then at a loss and then buy the same or a substantially identical security within 30 calendar days before or after the sale, you won't be able to take a loss for that security on your current year tax return. So you can't put it on your tax return. That's all it means. So you can't take it as a loss on your tax return. If you usually your trading platform or your brokerage can be tied to something like TurboTax, or they can send the info directly to your accountant. And I would highly suggest you set that up. That's what I do. I send the info directly to my accountant. So my accountant gets to see all of my data at the end of the year. I just send him everything and I say, you do it. My family has used the same person for like since I was making money at 15. So usually if you send it to a good accountant, they should be able to take care of it for you. I have a problem buying your course. Yeah, so Walter does too. I'm gonna get that solved. I might even try to do it live. So stick around today. We'll see if we can get that solved. I received 3 or 4 emails now saying the course is something's off with it, like the purchasing of it. BCC is high. Now remember that updates a little after the morning open. So that will update soon. Oh, I have no problems. Okay, so you have no problems. So if other people have no problems, it might just be on your guys' end. Make sure everything is lined up. Make sure you're not using like you have to use a card that's actually like a payment card, not like a gift card or anything like that. Some kind of Visa that has gift like money on it. You have to use your like a bank card or some kind of credit card, I believe. I could also open it up to PayPal. That might be a solution. I used Apple Pay. So if you do have Apple Pay, you can do that as well, it looks like. I could see if I could open it up to PayPal real quick. See if that works for anyone. Just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Oh, shoot. I just sang. Dang it. Just totally demonetized right there. Happens to me all the damn time. Oh, God. I always forget how to do this. Payments. A week. Introduce teachable office. Okay. I did just make PayPal available to purchase, so if you do have a PayPal, I think you could do it there now. Try it on PayPal if you're struggling to buy the course, but most likely it's something on your end because their processing is good. I've never run into problems. They do have PayPal. There you go. So I opened it up to PayPal. So I don't know what that looks like. I've never seen it. Let me go see what that looks like. And we've got 5 minutes to open. So I'm going to take care of this problem real quick, guys. Sorry, I'm just taking care of it real quick, guys. Pricing preview. You can use Google Pay over here, or Google Pay has it in that. Make sure it says, like, there's an option that says delivery address is same as billing, right? So make sure that is correct with the card that you are using. Oh yeah, the PayPal tab is there. So hit change payment option and then hit PayPal. I think I just accidentally bought my own course. I don't need to take the course. Refund it. I think I can refund it, but oh my god, I just accidentally took my own course. Oh god damn it. Oh wait, I think my card there might be expired that I have on there for a test last time. Is it? I think I just took my own card. That's so fucking funny. Oh god. Oh fucking A. That's hilarious. Anyway, I just bought the course, so maybe you should too. All right, PayPal is available now. See if that's working. I can't believe I just did that. That's hilarious. Apple, how's it looking? Well, you need the 30 minutes to turn back up. The overall signal to see here for upside is the 2-hour crossing back up. It crossed up for a moment, then it crossed back down. Very fake out market for Apple right now. If we see that curl back up, I just really want to pay attention to a good setup. I don't think that this would be like a swing trader setup, but you notice you've had to get in and out multiple times. The real setup, I think, would be something like my strategy happening up here, some kind of 2-hour divergence that rolls over the daily. That would signal some weakness incoming. No, the craziness can always continue, so you always want to manage that trade. That's why the course would be good. If someone who wants to take the course and is trying to buy the course and can't and has PayPal can test that out for me, I'm not saying like you have to buy the course. I'm just saying if someone was already interested in getting it and they want to try out the PayPal payment, please let me know how that goes. I want to make sure that works. Be back in a minute. Peace. Okay, Polar Bear, we'll see you in a minute. And Fartis, yeah, okay. Sometimes there's a lot of traffic to Teachable, so sometimes my login messes up the first time as well. I just have to like refresh and make sure I'm trying to log in again. Note this, like Teachable, there are so many damn courses on Teachable, not for just stocks, for anything like cooking and cleaning and all this other stuff. So can I look at IWM? Yeah, so this is the trade setup we posted to Patreon. Still seeing if this can curl up the 2 hours, still managing this trade. The cool part about IWM was our zone down here that I never changed, right? I don't like to change my zones. I really believe in them. And if I do change them, I make sure to notify you. But 30-minute popping up, positive territory needs to get there. It needs to get to positive territory. You still have to manage this trade. Okay, so I'm going to be managing my trade over here on my other screen. I'll keep Teachable up. So if you need to know how to manage the trade, the course is there. We just made it available to pay with PayPal. So if your card's not working, make sure to look for a change of payment method. That's what I had to click on, change payment method. Whoa! AMC is, why is my AMC position up 140%? And my IWM position is not up. That's very fishy. We'll see if that changes in a little bit, but AMC, why is that up? My AMC position is up 140% down here. It's down 1.3%. Very interesting. I mean, I'll take it, but a lot of demand at the call level there. What the fuck? That's so weird. AMC and GME taking off right now. That's very weird behavior. But IWM, it should be a pretty decent setup. But this is actually negative for me right now, and AMC is positive, so it's kind of backwards. Well, it's up 10%. IWM, I'm only up 10% on this move. That's very strange. AMC's up 140% right now. It's probably trying to convince me to sell it. No, thank you. Keeping it. Off to bigger and better things. Like, that is so crazy to me that IWM is just ripping and it's not moving. Isn't moving. What's going on? These market makers are struggling. Something's off with the market makers, because that should be printing. That's a almost 1% move, and I bought at the end of the day yesterday. That is some sketchy behavior, guys. Can they not afford to push up the call premium? They can't afford to push up the call premium. They're struggling more than I thought. What the hell? That's so weird. Like, that's a great trade setup, so I took a good position. Remember, the other ones will pop, and they will pop early, but those aren't the end play. Most likely, they could even be in those moves and taking profit in order to pay for more short selling positions. IV first thing in the morning, it will fade. Maybe people are just still trying to short it, so I gotta wait till they flip to the call side. But that's just interesting. I'm just saying, I'm not saying I was expecting like hundreds of % up. I'm just saying I kind of expected at least a 40% gain to open here, because normally my positions, when they print almost 1% in the morning, when I make it the next day, it's at least up like 40%. So it's very interesting. Yeah, so it's something to do with the premiums here. It will flip. I'm not going to let it convince me otherwise, but now I just have to wait. I'm still managing the trade, but it's not like IWM's still going up. It's not moving. So we'll see if the, like you said, the IV levels it out. But I took a pretty good position here, so I'm like, I got to really watch this. 1% drop on Google. Remember, there will be profit taking in other stocks as well. The main thing to pay attention to, XLU crossing up. If this remains up and goes positive, want to pay attention to a 2-hour crossing up positive territory. Right now, what can you notice? The 30-minute divergence is here. This is what we are calling out days in advance, right? When this pop happened, we started mentioning if it goes down for a double dip, and we're going down for a double dip. So if we can turn this back around for the SPY, that would be a good sign. If it's going to fade here, not the best sign, but I still believe this is a trap right now. NVIDIA down 0.54, so they're trying to make calls cheaper. Whoa. Let's go look at Google. AMD negative as well. Hasn't curled up, but I'm paying attention to it. Seeing if that happens. Meta down 1%. A lot of things. Wait for these to print, guys. You have a 2-hour bar, so you have a lot of time to wait for this to actually print. but that's not looking pretty. That's not looking pretty at all. Google. It's not negative yet. Are these all traps? Because man, if these are all traps, they are really struggling. Now that's don't pay attention to the buy signal. We don't pay attention to that. We pay attention to our 3 to 5 reasons to take a trade. Can Tesla see 200 today? No. No. Sorry, I think you were being like a little bit sarcastic with it, but I was just like, Jesus, no. I had my IWM daily at 203. For what? Sorry, Matthew. IV first thing in the morning, it will fade. How far out? Oh, how far out for IWM? 2 week. I did a 2 week one with a decent position. It looked like a pretty solid move coming. I was pretty confident in it. But it's okay. I just need to manage the trade. So I'm still positive on it, but it's just strange to me. I feel like eventually it's going to flip in AMC once they actually take profit and start to short sell on AMC and GME. My AMC position, AMC is down right now. I'm up 140%. IWM is up right now, and I'm only up 15%. That's just wild. I'm down with it. But my IWM play should print eventually. There you go. So Tesla crosses up on this MACD. Upside looking good for Tesla here. If we can print a nice green bar here. No, I did not short it. I took a way out of the money call with a smaller amount of money for, this is my position I didn't sell that I scaled into earlier in the week. And it is for the 14th of June at the 1950 strike. It was kind of my, hey, this is the fun money. If it's going to happen, awesome. But if it's not, then cool. But the fact that it's down in percent and up on my value here is crazy. I'm up 140% on it right now. That's so psycho to me. I'm down. That's cool. But IWM needs to print now. So it's weird. IWM going down just this little bit. I am now flat, but AMC is down and I'm up. So I'm chilling, but we'll just see what happens. Print means good, means like it'll print a win for me, not taking a loss. Print means like I take a profit. Oh yeah, we can look at Uber. That was a good little play setup. Let's see if that did anything. Didn't do anything yet. 2 hour crossed up, not able to go positive just yet. So 30-minute, I think there were divergences here as well. Good move off this divergence right here, able to go positive. So we'll just see, does this remain in positive territory or does it maybe take a dip down and then curl right back up? That's what we're going to see here. We'll see if that's able to flip fully. Like this is like starting a positive trend. I would say the real confirmation of positive trend, you see like a little dip like this and it starts to go wild. So you're pretty much waiting for this stock to see some kind of bigger bounce, breakthrough resistance for Uber. And then you see on the daily scale, the only reason I'm like Uber could start to fade or get some kind of lower high is because it's far away from the center line. See how it's far away? So it's going to take a lot of work. Now you do have a lot of divergences, so it can be a solid bounce, but that can start to fail. So maybe somewhere around gap fill. You still pay attention to the signals. That's just a speculative move. The call premiums on AMC are obviously going up. Yeah, hopefully that was helpful, TJ. Lucy was making that move again. Did it curl up on that 5 minute? Oh my God, can I type? I can't see my keyboard sometimes. My setup's not perfect. My desk came and all of the pieces were warped. Remember the 5 minute was what we were talking about here. Crosses up, contrarian, positive territory comes. All right, here we go. So with this move right here, remember I was just saying you can do it on the 5 minute. Went positive here. Very, very short play there, but hey, 17%. Not bad. Sold my Google puts for a 50% gain. Well done, Landon. Nice job. There we go. So you guys said that AMC and GME, they're testing those levels, breaking down a little bit here. So notice the 5 minutes going negative. That is a bad thing, right? So now you would say even on a 5 minute chart, AMC is in a negative trend. That is not a good thing for the price action. It will go down if it remains down in negative territory. So you want to pay attention to maybe even a 30 minute. That's starting to reject. Okay, let's try to look around at a few charts here. 15 minute, if this curls down, maybe you make that divergence or something like that. But 437 is a level that pretty much I think needs to hold up. Notice we tested a little lower than that, 433. It looks like we're beelining for that. GME starting to break down as well. So this is all negative stuff. This is all bad stuff. No sugarcoating. It's all bad stuff except for the daily now. The daily looks good here. If AMC crosses on this daily, you could see a further pullback. So crosses down on the daily. Boom, that crosses down, then pops right back up. All right. But something's funky with the options right now. And once that flips, we'll see. Yeah, I'm still up 140%. So something's funky with the options. They're really messing with it right now. I'm up and the stock is down 3%. And I have a call. I do not have a short. I do not. I told you guys I'm never shorting this. It's risky to short because if I just accidentally short when the big pop comes, I lose all that money very quickly. I'd rather be a part of the other side of the movement. That's perfectly fine. Willing to lose the money, but at the same time, they're very fishy that the premium went up on my call by 140% overnight, and the stock is down 3%. That's very interesting behavior. Bad news on jobless claims this morning, and everything goes green. Gold just had divergence and is close to 0 on the MACD. Apple flipping soon to retest 187 or lower. Let's look at gold first. Gold, the main thing was, I believe, the 30-minute crossing up positive territory. So it's going to test 217.21, but if you blow past that, you would be crossing up right now. So if you cross up and go positive here, that means you could test the high, go make a new one, right? Positive territory. And this might be a big move because this one here, you saw a decent move, but it went back to negative. If you can see a big move now as you're closer to see how we're far away from the center line and we see that move. Now you're close to the center line and we see that move. You could see a bigger move from gold as long as, the momentum would say you need to cross up on the MACD, you need to go positive, and then you can see upward price action. We'll go look at Apple real quick. There you go. 30-minute, does that cross up? That's the first thing. Second thing, though, is 2 hour was able to cross back up. So if this holds, Apple can see a good push here. The weekly expected move is above us. So 193 is what I was talking about. McDonald's, MCD. McDonald's didn't have the best trade setups. You do have divergences on the RSI, but not on the MACD, and this is not tapering at all. So maybe you see a little bounce up to 255 or something like that, some kind of little bounce, maybe in just a 254, and then that starts to fade back down. I'd like to see a good divergence here. You're far away from look how far away you are on the center line here. You're down towards almost -2, so you need to get all the way back up to 0 for that to be positive. It's very, very low, and you don't have the divergence at the same time. You have like flatness and a slight divergence up. So this can reverse it over. It's just the probabilities are like it's going to make one more drop before it gets a bigger bounce because you haven't seen tapering at all. Just notice the direction here is just pretty much straight down. Okay, straight down like this. If you want something to bounce, it needs to go straight down and then do something like this. And then it gets some kind of bounce and then does this. And then you see that clear divergence here and here, and that gets you closer to the center line. That would be the better opportunity. But, you know, things have reversed from little signals like this before. The likelihood of that, would I take a trade on that? No, I would wait and be patient. XLU did cross up, just so you're aware. It did cross up. Positive territory is above you, though. You're still negative. So this is the contrarian bullish signal for XLU. I'll take a quick look at it. Smart for, oh my God. When did the 2 hour go positive? Remember, these ones are more likely to be pump and dumps, though. Anything that's pretty much not AMC or GME could be just them, you know, in these types of moves. There could be short sellers in these moves. But right here, the 2 hour was able to go positive right at 309. It crossed up at 302. So 309 was a confirmation of positive territory, and boom, that move happens. See if the SPY still on the 30-minute. Very important signal to pay attention to here is going to be if the 30 minutes able to create that divergence, really confirm this divergence down here. You do have it. AMC below support, yeah. Oh, yes, it is. It's below the support. It started buy back up, but like I said, this is just a support for technical analysis, like learning. I'm not doing anything with my positions here. I just think it's interesting that the position I did hold up here, or I did hold down here when I sold out of the one that I'm trading back and forth, it actually went up by 140%. So I've gone from here down to here, and I'm up 140% on my call. Very, very weird for that to happen. The Dow, that's true. We should keep our eye on the Dow as well. Oh, that is... Ew. Ew. It's reaching for this liquidity in here, but you see how the tapering's getting violated here. So the tapering, right, we were straight down like this. Then you taper off. See how the angle's changing, but now you're kind of violating that a lot right there. So Dow looks ugly. But I wonder if this just reverses back around. I wonder if this is some kind of trap. We'll see. Yeah, they're going to do anything they can, Miles. What's going on with Path? I don't know, but Kathy Woods bought that yesterday. She just lost probably $30 million or $10 million or something this morning. Ugh, that is scary. So what did ARK do? I think ARK's down. I'll just type it. Is it AARK? ARRK? Dang it. RKK? It's one of these. There it is. Ooh, now you do have a triple divergence here, so that maybe she didn't have the biggest position in the world, but you did lose some there. Triple divergence on a 30-minute. So if that crosses back up, you can see a positive move still. 2 hour divergence is flat across the way here. Flat across the way here. So some kind of bounce actually could come for ARK. Maybe they get a bounce in that position, or some other position does well for them. 2 hour was able to go negative. Just know this. The meme stocks, momentum-wise, is bad. That does not mean this is exactly what they would do, right? We said this at the beginning of this video, that we already showed you the GME short sale. If you weren't a believer that they are really suppressing the stock, we showed you this morning the ticker that shows you we're at levels that they were short selling at the amount that they were short selling when they suppressed it the last time. So that just tells you something is going on here and they are fighting it, and you're seeing that go down, and the premiums of calls way up here is going up, okay? So they are trying to get people to sell their positions, I think, at these lows, and I'm not going to fall for it. They're trying every trick they can. We'll see if they're able to win. Maybe they're able to convince people, but I'm telling you, 140% on that small position is not enough for me to even think about hitting a sell button. And that's actually the one that I said I was holding the whole time. So, right, I bought back into it, and then I said, okay, now I'm holding this position. I rotated it to the 14th, and then right around here was where I fully rotated that position to the 14th, and then we drop down and I make 140% on a call. That is just the opposite of what is supposed to happen. So something fishy. AMD, paying attention to that, that's able to buy back up here, seeing if that can cross on the 30-minute. This is one I was going to take a play on. So we'll have to see what happens with that, and then paying attention to, if I can get to it, IWM as well, seeing if that can cross and go positive. That will be a big thing. Beefy. Good little pop there. 30 minutes still in negative territory. 30 minutes still not crossed. Wonder if the 15-minute, you can do the tighter ones. 15 minutes still just a little bit far away. Look at the divergence, okay? So this is the divergence here, 15-minute divergence for FFIE. That actually did confirm. So this would be your contrarian bullish indicator, and then you manage the trade, see if that can go positive. Still in a negative trend for this guy right here. Ooh, Dell. That's right. Someone did mention Dell. Let's go look at that real quick. Ooh, yikes. That's not pretty. Not the best divergences here for the 30-minute. Running into our support, 166.80. Kind of stopping at that level. Oh, did you have 2-hour divergence at least? Like a cleaner one? No, you didn't. You had it on the RSI, multiple point, not on the MACD at the same time. You had it on the 30-minute multiple point, but not really the best look there. But that is a scream higher. Looks kind of like the next. This is what happens to Nvidia soon, probably. I think someone asked about this morning. Yeah, First Solar. No, I mean anything that's part of the short squeezing is very difficult to go short on. You notice the divergence here. You have a divergence across the way. That could cross down now. A lot of these ones will go away, and then just know a lot of these will go away. They're probably using these to get liquidity. They're scrambling to find more and more money to suppress AMC and GME, and that's where the market maker, if you didn't believe already, the market maker was in on the short selling problem, the illegal naked short selling. Well, then now you know, because my premiums on AMC just went up 140%, and the stock is down like 10%, 15% from where I rolled over that position, so that's not right. Uh-oh, Apple rolling negative on a 15-minute. I might just get out of this IWM play. Something's fishy here. I'm going to go look at IWM in a sec. Actually, I have it up on this screen. Where is it? Still looks fine. I'm just going to manage it. Nothing bad yet for IWM, but this is rolling negative as of right now for Apple. This is where you really want to wait for confirmations of these bars. 30-minute not curled up yet. 2-hour, I said this right at the open. Wait for this to confirm, because it was green and it can trick you and go red within that 30-minute bar. So if that 15-minute rolls negative, it's not the moment. But once the 15-minute can roll back up to positive, maybe that is the moment, right? So as of right now, what would you say? Well, this might be just some kind of little cup handle. Then we had higher, but we're not able to break through resistance. 15-minute not able to curl up yet. If the 15-minute can just do this, that would be more of a confirmation than what we have right now. Like I would not, this is not a divergence play, so I don't front run plays that are not divergence plays. If it's a swing trade, I wait for all of my confirmations. Yes, this is some of the confirmations, right? This green bar here on a 30-minute is some of them, but not all of them, not the lagging indicator. So the lagging indicator, yeah, I'm going to make less money because I have to get it on the breakout, but that's perfectly fine because now I know my risk, my reward is potentially better. Probabilities are better. So that's what I'd pay attention to. XLU slightly rotating down. It was up 0.4. Now it's down to up 0.2. The other main thing to pay attention to here is going to be the 30-minute rolling up here for the SPY. Remember, we are outside of the weekly expected move. So what is I'll do a little quiz, pop quiz for everyone out there who's been part of the channel or took the course. What is the probability that we end Friday close above that purple line that we're beneath right now? What is the probability of that? Who can tell me? 68%. Let's go. Now, it doesn't mean we have to. There's still a good percentage chance that we end down in this area. We're not at the daily expected move. The futures market went past it and then came back up. Right? Went past it and came right back up. The futures market did. But right now we have a 68% chance to land here by Friday. Another 32% chance to see something crazy. So this could escalate. That's about a 32% chance there. 68% chance for a bounce. And if we have divergence behind that bounce, it might be a solid one. It might rotate up that 2 hour. I'm going to call it now and say, remember, this is not my financial advice about AMC or GME. I'm going to say by Tuesday next week, AMC and GME start to gap up. That's my best guess. It is a guess, though. There's no technical indication of that. Flip a coin on NVIDIA. Well, just know NVIDIA will be manipulated, so as long as AMC and GME are going down, NVIDIA will be going up for the most part. So what do we notice now? NVIDIA going up, AMC and GME are going down. It is once that flips that we're going to see NVIDIA go down, most likely, right? That is a speculative, like just not necessarily based on technicals input. It is if there is manipulation point to pay attention to. So I'd really just say if AMC and GME go up dramatically, then NVIDIA will go down. We already know the insiders are selling. Now they just convinced everyone yesterday insider is selling. They convinced people to take shorts. And then what do? They squeeze it higher. We'll know when they made enough money today because then my options will flip and it'll start making sense again. IWM is up. My call should be positive. AMC is down. My call should be negative. But instead, IWM is up. I'm negative. AMC is down and I'm positive. This is the complete opposite of what is supposed to happen. So you know that there is some weird manipulation going on with the market makers right now. All right, who's got something for me to look at? 50% up on Lucy. 5-minute charts, baby. 5-minute charts for Lucy. 800 or 750. Lucas, glad to have you doing this. Thank you so much, Martin. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys being here today. I hope you guys enjoyed a nice cup of coffee, maybe got a nice breakfast. I just bought $1,000 of AMC. Just remember to assume that you're going to have all of that risk, okay? Be able to risk all that. There's not a guarantee that the retail traders win, but this is the sketchy behavior, and you're seeing it right now. This is why I said I'm not sugarcoating anything anymore. I'm telling you straight up that I believe the market is way more rigged than I originally thought, and therefore, this is what you're seeing in real time. You're literally seeing them fuck with the call and put premiums right in front of your face. I should not be up on a stock when I took a call and the stock is down over 10%. It's just not happening right. I hope I can do it full time. I think closing stream would be a lot of fun for Patreon members too. Just more added value to that. Create another tier for a little bit more, just so YouTube doesn't. I kind of formed it that way because then you get all the value of Patreon and you get all the value of a closing stream, and you can support the channel all within one place. And sometimes YouTube takes 50% of the money they give me. So I just want to point that out. If you donate $20 on YouTube, there's a PayPal link down in the description. Note that I'm not ever really asking for donations. If you make money and you want to give back because my information is helpful, cool. Thank you, more Pando. You do that all the time. But overall, it's just YouTube takes sometimes 50% of a $20 donation. I get like $11 sometimes, but sometimes I get 13. So it's usually $13 to $11. Is there any repercussions you can do against this manipulation? Well, if you're trying to fight the manipulation, then technically that would be why people are buying AMC stock, why people are buying GME stock, because that is the potential to catch them in it. If you're able to push that price higher, then the manipulation will backfire on them. That's why they want you to buy NVIDIA. This is literally why they want you to buy NVIDIA, because it's manipulated the other way, and they're trying to get you to buy that so they can use their profits. The market makers can use their profits whenever you try to short it. They squeeze it. They make premium on the squeeze, and then they get to go and force AMC and GME down, and that's what we're seeing right in front of our face. Crazy they can do that so openly. Well, the point of why they're doing it so hard now is because they are potentially not able to do it so openly. CAT system, T+1 is being implemented, but it's literally a chart though. I'll show it again real quick since there's more people in here now. Sorry, I can't see my keyboard. All right, they're doing it right in front of your face. There you go. This is exactly the levels that we were doing back when we had the last big short squeeze. The exact levels are being started to hit. So don't think it can't continue. Look at that. It drops down. It keeps popping back up. So you just got to be patient with it. But the manipulation is right in front of your face. I'm always doing research and I'm always learning more and more. I saw someone who is more involved with the GME thing point that chart out, and I thought it was interesting to look at, and I thought I would share it with you guys. Is there a strong support at 430? Well, let's look at some other stuff real quick, but DJT, we can do that because some people like to look at DJT. Ooh, this one's squeezing up. You have some divergences 30-minute. It's going to be cleaner on a 15. The 15 could roll. So the 15 is rolling up. If that starts to fade, you see the triple divergence on the RSI. I would even say flat divergence up here, triple divergence on the MACD. So if this rolls negative, you could see a decent sized pullback in this overall move. It looks like time where you would say on a 30-minute, what would I say, right? Even if I'm bullish on this, it's in positive context. But when things go up, they have potential trades happening, right? There are potential selling that comes in. There's profit taking. There's bad news that can come out. You want to wait for the opportune time to buy, which is if you get down to the center line and cross back up, that's positive territory, meaning the price of the stock can start to go up, maybe test the higher or make a new one. As long as that remains by that center line, that can happen. Once you start to get deeper, it becomes more difficult. It becomes more difficult, okay? So even this move right here was is very difficult to go back to positive like this. It was able to, so then right around this one right here, now your potential for upside is higher because what? Positive territory. And I want you to notice the difference here. Bubblicious, thank you for the $4.99. 523Ps, baby. Sounding good, bro. Super recharge for Colorado vacay. Little baby finally started walking 16 months. Hell yeah. Congratulations. That is what's up. We can take a break for a second from talking about stupid, dumb charts and think about something that's way more important. Your baby was able to start walking 16 months. Dude, that is so exciting. I am so happy for you. Everyone say congratulations to Bubblicious for me in the chat. Thank you for the $4.99. That is awesome. Put it in perspective, guys. At the end of the day, money, charts, trading, manipulation, everything comes short. I have a baby girl myself. She is going to be 4 months in the next 3 days. And I absolutely sometimes get stressed out, but I know that that's the most important thing. So everyone give a big congrats to Bubblicious. I'm very, very happy for you and your family. Have a good vacation. I'm supposed to go to Colorado right now. Did you guys know that? You guys know I'm supposed to go to Colorado. I'm supposed to go to a bachelor party right now in Colorado. I'm not going. Do you know why I'm not going? The main reason I'm not going is because I have a baby girl and she needs help being taken care of. We do not get any help. We get no help from, well, we get a little bit of help, and the help is there. But overall, we have to take care of her mostly by ourselves, and that's perfectly fine. We are down with it. But I think that this point in time is more important to teach people about stocks. We are going through one of the most manipulated moments, and I didn't want to do a disservice to you guys either by just going and drinking and having a great time while you guys might be suffering, getting trapped and things like that. So that's why I'm here. So thank you guys so much for being here. Like the channel if you do appreciate this information. So DJT, we do want to wait for this to beat down to the center line before we take a trade. If no good trade setup sets up, then we will not take a trade. That's how you have to think as a trader. Now, let's look a little bit higher daily. Now, if that daily starts to cross up, you know, this is where swing traders would start to get into the play, would be 2 days ago. Maybe even 3 days ago right here, 46-ish. They might front run this, not doing any of this, just doing straight up swing trading. Now, they're still looking for confirmation for more upside. So there is potential there. 2 hour, you still can go higher, maybe touch this point up here to create a divergence. But if things start to roll over on the 2 hour, that's not looking pretty for DJT. You do have some subtle divergences on the RSI up here, not necessarily on the MACD at the same time. So I'd be patient, but it can still run. Yes, so I already paid to go, so I wasted all that money to hang out with you guys and watch stocks. So I said goodbye to the $400 I put down for the Airbnb, and I'm hanging with you guys watching stocks, and I wouldn't want it any other way right now with what's going on in the market. AMC, just everything that you are saying about AMC is correct. I'm not saying you are incorrect, Steve. I am not saying you are incorrect. But technically, if we were managing this trade, the 30-minute cross down here, the 30-minute told you, I have a divergence, I can drop down. This is where, actually a little bit before that, I got out of one of my positions. I'm still holding another one that is somehow up, even though it is down. I'm down 13% on my option that I still have for AMC that I just rolled to June 14th back in this area. And I'm up 140%. That is manipulation. It is here. It's in front of your face. Now, if you're someone who you want to be risk managed throughout this, I respect that. You can. This bar right here told you, right here on the 30-minute, manage your risk because downside potential is here. Downside potential has come. So if you're playing this and you're saying down here, oh no, it's a sell signal, this is not where you should be talking about that. You need to learn about risk management a little bit. And that's all I'm saying here, because if you're trying to trade this back and forth, you should have been out here. Not here. I mean, if you're out here, now you could potentially see a bounce. This flips back to positive, and then you're going to be pissed off. But you got to do what you got to do. Make your own decisions. That's perfectly fine. I'm just telling you, you should have been out if you're trading this back and forth like I was with one of my positions right here. I hope that was helpful, Steve. 6K for 4 nights. Yeah, he had like, so mine was only 400 for 4 nights, right? Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, 3 nights. And he has like 20 dudes going. I have 5 girls all grown now. This time you have now. It is special and it does get better. Yeah, and I know it does. And I've been, you know, when I was originally new to being a dad, I did let it stress me out more than I should have. I had a lot going on. You know, you guys know how much I've been through over the last year with moving and getting pregnant, moving back, and not being able to find a place because I have a pit bull and a husky, and then trying to find a place once I'm settled while also doing YouTube, while also working a job, while also working for a startup. I quit the job because I wanted to focus on YouTube and just do the startup. Now I'm trying to turn YouTube, like, it's a lot. And so now that I'm settled here, I'm feeling better and better every single day. I'm feeling better and better every single day. And even when she wailing cried the other night, she's starting to figure out she's alone. She's not part of mom. She wailing cries. So that didn't stress me out at all. Okay, boom. If this can cross up contrarian bullish indication, if that goes positive, we're right back in, right? That's what the traders would do. So that's what I would do. That's what I'm going to do with my position, all right? The position I'm trading back and forth, this is trading like water. You're seeing it in real time. Even if the 15-minute crosses here, I might just get back in and see if that crosses back down, then I'll get back out. Then it'll cross back up, I'll get back in. I'm not trying to, with one of the positions, I'm kind of trying to teach you guys how to do it with even a meme stock, which quote unquote meme stock. With a highly manipulated stock, I'm showing you how you would do it and how it can pay off if you just do it over time. Because my strategy told me buy right here. All right, we see a run up. My strategy told me sell right here. Risk managed. It's not the big move. Risk managed. Okay, I get out of that position. Now it curls all the way down, crosses back up. Am I going to get in here? No, I'm decently far away from the center line. The 30-minute is a little closer, so maybe I wait for that. Now I'm seeing these little red bars. Maybe I can consider this divergence and create that. Okay, if this crosses up like this, down here, I'll be right back in that move. And if it goes up and crosses right back down, I will be out of that move. It's back and forth. That's trading like water. Pending home sales month over month, April, ooh, negative 7.7. There was a, what's it called? Like a survey put out, and they asked people who bought their house in the last 2 years if they thought it was a good decision, and most of them replied back saying, I think it was 40% of them replied back saying it was way more expensive than they thought, and it's digging into way too much of their income. SPY falling through the floor. Let's take a look. Daily expected moves right there. That's as far down as we are expected to go for the entire day. Notice how I'm not freaking out, Hayden. I'm chilling. I'm not taking calls on this, anything like that, because this thing looks like it's more manipulated while IWM already gave me the signal and still looks good. It's not even curling down on a 15-minute, so I don't even have to think about selling this yet. I'm so chill right now. It's insane. Yeah, I've talked about GME, and I showed you how it is, even today, we're seeing more of the manipulation. OLM, if you didn't know, I'll say it one more time. I know there's new people coming in. My calls on AMC, as AMC is down 13% since I rotated over those calls at 1950 for June 14th. I bought those way up 13%, dropped since I have rotated those over. I rolled those, and I am still, let me go look if I'm still up 140%. I am still up 140%. They are trying to do every trick they can. The market maker is now trying to trick you today, which is kind of interesting because that kind of tells me maybe those short sellers are running out of money and they need the market maker to do some sketchy stuff. Why is it that AMC went down 13%? I am up 140%. Why is it that IWM went up? IWM, my other trade, went up by 0.6%. Eventually, this was up almost 1% at the open. It was up like 1% at the open. I'm down on that play. I am down on a call that I took on IWM right here, and it just went up to here. But I am up on my AMC play that has dropped 13%. So what is happening here? Manipulation. Now, from a trading perspective, we're learning on this channel. We are trading like water. So therefore, this is a bad sign as a momentum indication. But if this curls up and goes green, that is when you can start to flip back to positive. I am holding the stock. That is what I am doing. I am just telling you what I am doing. I'm not suggesting you do anything. It seems like from the sentiment of a lot of people, it is very difficult on your emotions. you maybe haven't been trading and you haven't seen crazy stuff before. Once you get beat up by an earnings and you lose 2 months worth of income in 1 hour like I have before years ago, you start to be able to take some hits a little easier. Because now I'm not making the same mistakes. This says downside potential, negative territory. If that flips back to positive, then that move is probably going to be positive. We don't know how high it could go. It could test this high. It could make a lower high. I don't know how high it could go. I'm always just paying attention to the signals. If this curls up and goes and curls back down, negative territory is right there. So if it does this, negative territory is right here. That means negative price action. Okay, if it goes negative. And then if that turns right back up, okay, I'm back in the move. Like, this is just trading like water in real time. That's trading like water in real time right there. And we're always thinking ahead. If you're trying to just think of what's happening right now, it's going to be very difficult. Try to think on a 15-minute, try to think 2 hours ahead. On a 30-minute, try to think a full day ahead. On a 2 hour, you got to think a week ahead. That's how I do things. AMC, there's our support. At 437, we marked that off once we saw the big boom. That's where we said there's the best support. What are we doing? We're trying to reject off that level right now. Awesome. We're in negative territory. Is there a reason that AMC should go up here? No. Your bullish contrarian indication would be a green bar right here on the histogram. Your switching back into a bullish trend would be if that crosses the center line and goes up. Let's go check on the SPY for a second. That thing going down towards that daily expected move. Look at that. We test the daily expected move. Now we have to see what happens. Is this going to cross back up into positive territory? We'll find out. I can tell you one thing. The SPY is down. Interesting. Because XLU is up. Utilities is up. Our crash signal is up. Interesting. Almost seems like there's manipulation in this market. I've been talking about this a lot lately. You guys, this market is very manipulated. It is most likely about to be manipulated to the upside now because XLU is bouncing and crossing up on this 30-minute. If this goes positive, then the SPY most likely does make an upward move. And the put-call ratio is sitting at 0.9, so puts are still in there. You want that, and the call side, you need that to be below 0.7, but I think this is also causing them to struggle too. The puts not going up at these levels too high is kind of a bad thing for the market makers, honestly, because it means that retail isn't being as dumb right now. I'm retail, and I'm not being as dumb right now. They say, oh, if I throw him 140%, he's got to sell that AMC position for June 14th. No, I'm good. No, I'm fine. Thank you for showing us the market's manipulated, though. Thank you. 15-minute just went positive for IWM, by the way. So we'll see if that helps out the 30-minute. Thank you for proving that the market is very manipulated. I really appreciate it. Look at that test of our daily expected move. Puts not really increasing, but you never know. There could be some people just really trying to short this here. Their algorithm needs to see it flip and say calls are really cheap. That's not the case. Now they're making it very expensive for people to buy calls for AMC and GME as well. Think of the flip side. Now if you want to buy a call on AMC or GME, it's going to be more expensive than yesterday. It's going to be 140% more expensive to buy the same position that I did, and the stock's lower. So they're doing everything they can, which just convinces me more and more that they are in deep, deep shit. Sometimes things change so incredibly fast. Yes, it takes a long time to get acclimated with that. So why go? So because I'm a trader, right? And because sometimes my plays, yeah, I still took 2 weeks out, but why would I take a play here? Because I knew we were going to get a low GDP today. I knew that small caps would be good from that. Now, I didn't know 100% that we would get a good GDP today, but I said, how would they trick the market here as we are at that weekly expected move? Down here, I have a 68% chance to end up here. So why would I go down there before, why would I go down here before Friday? Interesting. Okay, we hit my zone once, we hit my zone twice. I saw a 5-minute divergence in here. I liked it. I bought it. I put it on Patreon so that everyone could see it. Boom, we see the divergence. Boom, that confirms in the next 30-minute bar. I did the 5-minute thing to front run it. And now the 15 minutes going positive, we have to see if the 30-minute can. Why did I take the play on IWM even though the macro environment looks so bad? Because I know the market's manipulated. And if I'm convinced right here that this would have gone down based on the macro environment, then they would have tricked me. So even if I took a macro play, I pay attention to how I can get screwed. You know what would screw me? If I took a daily play and I said, okay, right here I'm going short. Oh, yay, I'm right. I can get screwed by getting cocky. There's a divergence here. This is a reversal signal. Now this could start to head up, and then I can turn on the 2-hour. And the other reason is because I pay attention to more than the IWM. Do you know what I paid attention to this morning that made me very confident? XLU. XLU is not dropping down. This is my crash signal. This is my crash signal. Now, what is the signal that always pops up with XLU before a crash? Over at least the last two to three times, we've gotten a divergence. So what do I think might happen here? I think we go make a double top on XLU. And I think the market follows that after trapping people at lower levels. I think the market follows that after trapping people at lower levels. That is just my process. Now, that hasn't been proven yet. That hasn't been proven yet. So I don't take trades based on that, right? This is what we're learning about. I don't take trades based on that. I just keep that in my mind and say, could this reverse from here? Well, weirdly enough, I have a divergence on the 30-minute if that can confirm, and then I have a divergence on the RSI, a flatness of the RSI at the same time. You see how I did that very quickly? I did that within like a minute and a half. If you're able to get really good at this stuff and be able to see things like this, a great, actually probably the best start. This took me years to learn. If you take this course that's in the description for $100, which you can pay for with PayPal now because people are running into problems in different countries. If you take that, you get to learn everything that I'm telling you right now in more depth. AMC wants to go higher. Let's check on the dollar though first, guys. We can't just look at AMC the whole time. I want to. Trust me, I want to, but I can't, right? So something interesting here. The dollar is going down while the market is going down. Interesting. It's almost like the insiders are buying. The dollar goes up and the market goes up. The insiders are selling. The dollar goes down and the market goes down. The insiders are actually buying. They're moving out of cash. This convinces me even more that there's going to be a bounce in the market. Volatility, it proved what we were talking about. 30-minute divergence. I said, I'm right here is where my YouTube video, I started making it. And I said, I almost didn't put out my video last night because I said the things that I'm talking about, this really looks like it's going to happen. It really looks like a trap, and it is one of the most trappy traps I've ever seen. And so it's very difficult to call it out. And I said, you know what? YouTube's about putting out what I think and learning from it. This is what I thought was going to happen. I woke up at 5 a.m. in order to see it. It happened. It happened. And I posted this to Patreon. I talked about this. I posted it to Patreon. I posted IWM to Patreon. Now, that's probably not printing for you guys. Why? Because the market's manipulated. It's up even more now. Let's go check if I'm even positive. It's up even more now. I'm not positive. You know what is positive? My AMC call. AMC is down over 13% from where I have that call. It is up 140%. It's just sitting there. That's how I know it's fishy, because the price of AMC is moving, the price of the option is not. They are sitting it there going, take the little cherry, take the little cherry. The market maker is the snake, and the 140% I'm in the green for AMC right now is the apple, is the fruit. If I take that, damn, I'm going to start to experience some kind of pain or go through the pain of child labor. So they are the evil snake, and I am the human trying to make a decision. And I know the last time that decision was made, it didn't go very well for Adam and Eve. So I'm probably not going to side with the snake. Thank you for dangling the fruit. I appreciate it, but no thank you. Things could change. I could completely flip everything. But what did we say about Amazon? This could come and test this low. But if that curls right back up, look where that 30-minute is. Right by the center line. Positive move could come. 15-minute curls up, goes positive. Look at this. We're getting a bounce right at the low. We said this morning. Like we said this an hour and a half ago. Amazon, yeah, if we see a little bit of sell-off, yeah, we can come all the way down and test that down here. But then that's where I'd look out for divergence. What are we seeing now? Double bottom. But we still have to wait till this proves, right? We're not taking trades based on this. We're just excited that we're calling things correctly. We're not getting faked out. Okay, who is messaging me? Oh, it's teachable. Right now, I'm going to cancel out of that. It's not going to be easy, guys. It is not going to be easy. They are in control of everything. They're the ones who rig the market. It is not going to be easy. All right, guys, so I got to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to go say hi to baby girl real quick. So just check out the SPY. Look at that, hitting the daily expected move. Look for this 30-minute divergence to confirm. I think I'll be back in the next 2 minutes, okay? I'm just going to use the restroom, maybe refill my coffee. I'll be right back, all right? Give me 2 minutes here, guys. Post some stuff in the chat. What do you guys think is going on here? Do you think it's rigged, or do you think that this is... Actually, let's do this. Do you think that this is a trap right now? Go. Yes or no? Do you think this is a trap right now? And that's where I'll leave you guys off, and I'll come back in 2 minutes. Be right back. Guys, I forgot my coffee cup down here. I have ADHD and I'm sorry. I'll be right back in literally 1 minute. I'm running. What's the word, you friggin' turds? I'm just kidding. You guys aren't turds. You guys are awesome. 157. Who left? Did I stomp my feet on the ground to tell you guys I was actually running before I muted the mic so that I could run upstairs? Yes, I did. So you could tell I was running. Oh God. What happened while I was gone? Trap for who? If it's a trap for anyone, it's always a trap for retail. That's all you need to know. It's always a trap for retail. This is most likely going to be a bear trap here. Most likely. We still gotta wait. We still gotta wait. I don't think you guys realize, like, I'm a very goofy person. Very goofy. You know what sign I've had? You know what I've had for, I'll show you guys, but I've kept this this sign, this picture, and I've had it in every single room I've ever had, even as an adult, since I think I was 12 years old. It's a polar bear. It's a picture of a polar bear and his cub, and he's like petting his cub. I've had that since I was 12. And then I also have a sign that says, "So I can kiss you anytime I want." Nvidia's crashing. Uh-oh. It's not crashing yet. This is what they're going to do. They're going to convince you to short this. I'm still not believing in this. I'm really not. Now it could, and I'm down with it. If they have to take profit in order to pay for the GME AMC thing, maybe that's it. Or maybe Nvidia just starts to crash, but we'll have to pay attention to AMC and GME. These things are going to be very important to pay attention to here. Now look, who just came into my chat and said, "Oh my gosh, it's over, sell signal for AMC." Literally the second you said that, it starts to bounce. But it hasn't done the important thing yet. I'm not, what was it, Steve? Not hating on you at all. I'm just saying, if this 15-minute crosses up, well, contrarian indication that this could go into a positive trend, meaning contrarian bullish indication. And then you would say, if it goes into a positive trend, the 15-minute for AMC has flipped to bullish. Zoom out. The daily has just crossed, but we have a lot of day left. And it's still in a positive trend. GME daily has crossed, still in a positive trend. GME and AMC are nowhere near dead. They're nowhere near dead. GME looks fan-fucking-tastic, by the way. If this can curl up right here, it's right by the center line. So it's about to look fantastic. That's what I'd say. So there's no contrarian indication here. If this crosses up, that is a positive trend. The probabilities say positive trend, positive price action. I gotta chug some coffee. Give me 1 second. When they want to let it run, yeah, no. And it's more so when they have to pay their bill. I think that's it. And the thing is, once they have, it's kind of like, you guys remember 2008? Did you guys watch The Big Short? Who watched The Big Short? Who watched The Big Short? Please tell me all of you guys have watched The Big Short. Great movie. Great movie. Oh my goodness. Who's watched The Big Short? Oh, and thank you so much, Clement. Clement was able to buy it. That is awesome. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad you saw that I did that. It was a good solution. Let me know how the course goes for you. That's right, guys. So the person who was having trouble paying for the course, they were able to buy it with PayPal. Just so you're aware of that, you can get it with PayPal. See what's going on there. So looks like it's good. Pending donation here, $20. Thank you so much from David Spangler. Thank you so much, David. I just saw that on PayPal. Sorry, I wasn't checking my email. But you have seen The Big Short, right? Okay, so when Big Short, momentum on GME, 30-minute crosses up, positive territories right there. You're waiting for a cross this MACD. Now, in The Big Short, do you guys remember the scene where everything was terrible? The market was starting to crash. The swaps were really starting to get in trouble, and everything was bad and awful. But the value of the people who had The Big Short was not going up, and they were freaking out. And they were freaking out because the value of their position was not going up. What was the other side doing? They were manipulating it until they could get enough money back in order to pay for that stuff, in order to not be hurt as bad. That is what is going on here. You are currently a part of The Big Short, where they are trying to pay all of their crap back, and they are devaluing everything right in front of you to convince you to sell it to them. They want to buy your swaps. They want to buy your stuff. They want to buy GME, but they don't want you to make money off GME, so they can't buy it right now. They want to convince you to sell it to them, especially the naked short sellers, because they need to do it to prove that they have the stock, and they do not have it. You're going through that moment, most likely right now. So if we see the point where that starts to flip, then yes, the market actually will crash. Maybe the signal, right? The reversal signal hasn't happened yet. But XLU, that reversal signal hasn't gone positive yet, right? So this could still be a trap until you see just the very big rug pull. That's why I've been saying for days now, do not be overzealous to upside here. Don't be overzealous in either direction. This is going to be a crazy time. I'd be very, very careful and take profit early on a lot of stuff. Maybe leave some runners, kind of like Hector was saying. I'm going to leave some runners. I think that is perfectly fine. That is what a smart trader would do. That is what I would do. Do I still have my volatility play? Yes, I do. I have part of it. I have part of it. Because look at that. If this curls back up, I might have to get back in this. Look at the 15-minute. That could curl up. We could see more of a sell-off. But the dollar doesn't tell me that the insiders are selling just yet. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Microsoft. Let's go look at something different. Let's go look at Microsoft. All right, Microsoft. Holy crap, that is not looking good. 2 hours still up in positive territory. What's it doing? Dipping down. Maybe a form of liquidity here. Trying to get the retailers to hold a bag, maybe? We'll see. As of right now, we got to pay attention to a daily scale. These are some big drops here. So if that curls over on the MACD, the problem with Microsoft here is you got a bunch of divergences. You got quadruple divergence at this point on Microsoft. Now, quadruple divergence is like the strongest divergence in all of charting. So quadruple divergence on a daily scale is like the strongest in all of charting. Just a note with that, but that hasn't confirmed yet. So since it is the strongest change in reversal signal, right, then you would say, I need to make sure for that to confirm, because if they just manipulate it back up, then that's not the moment. Maybe maybe you're right, but you're just a little bit off on your timing. And then it happens over here in the middle of June. Meta, good morning. Good morning. Let's go look at Meta. Has this crossed over? This one's worrisome. It could cross over. It's already in negative territory. So if that would happen, 453.08, if we lose that, not a good sign. As of right now, did the 2-hour cross back down? Yes, it did. And you have 45 minutes left in this bar. So I would say, unless they're just going to manipulate it and show some wonky behavior on the MACD, you're going to have a 2-hour curl back up. Now, if this just goes like this and wicks out soon, we'll see. 30-minute, though, if that curls up at any time, I think 30 minutes, your signal that that's going to happen. Probably needs to happen pretty quick. AMD started rotate over, so I would have made more money if I stayed in this play to the downside, but I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I would have. The options values are so backwards. Once those flip back to normal, you know, hey, they got enough money for today. My AMC option has not changed in value at all. Look at this price action. You're telling me my AMC option hasn't changed in value? You're telling me my AMC option hasn't changed in value since right here? And since the open? It's up 140%. It goes down. My call is still up 140%. And you're right. That is a call. It goes up. My call is still up 140%. It goes back down. My call is still worth 140% higher. They want me to take 140% gain, and they want people to buy those options for more expensive so that they can maybe make some more premium out of it. That's what I would think. Or they bought those options themselves overnight because they know something really bad is coming. And if they know something really bad is coming, if that's sooner than I think, right? I still think we might have some time. But if that's sooner than I think, then I think this guy here, the real bag holder, the real meme stock, if all of this starts to unfold, I think NVIDIA sees a dramatic drop. Like normally I would take 140% all day, but since it is a market manipulated 140%, get out of here. Don't talk to me. I ain't doing it. If anything, you know what I'm thinking about getting out of is the opposite. This one is negative. This play is perfect. I played it perfectly. We go up in the first minute of the day. I'm up almost like 1%. I should be up at least 40%. I was only up 10%. Now we're higher from that point. I'm closer. I'm pretty much at my strike price, by the way. I'm at my strike price. My option is worth less. Down here, my option was worth more than being at my strike price. Think about that for a second. Think about how manipulated that is. And the government, the SEC, everything, they're going to probably do nothing about it. Think you can make a living 100K a year? I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. You can. I was making, when I first started out, I think I started with 10. Once I built that up to 20K trading, I was just swing trading. Once I built that up to 20K, I started making about, on average, I'd say I don't want to go too high. I would make like 3 to 6 a month, but most of the time I was sitting right around 3,000, 3,500. But that's if you calculate in a whole year, because some months you will have bad times. Some months you will have bad times. It's part of trading. You're not always going to be right. But during all those times, I always worked multiple jobs. I've always worked multiple jobs, guys. It's just it's kind of how I was raised. My dad, he does 5 different things at all times. He works very hard. What I'm trying to do is work very hard, but also minimize it down to 2 things now so that I can work smart. But I started with that I built that to 20,000 and was making about 3,500 a month. And I know that's a crazy return, by the way. It's just, you guys see how much I pay attention to this. I had a knack for it. I've been paying attention to it for 10 years. It's just I got really, really involved with it 3 to 4 years ago. Really involved with the technical side. The technical side has made me so much better, and that's why I share it with you guys. Alejandro, thank you so much for joining the Patreon. Ken, thank you for joining the Patreon. And Clement, thank you for taking the course. That is awesome. I hope you guys are able to utilize some of those tools. I just deleted an email I did not want to delete. Trash. Where is my... Do I... Wow, all of a sudden everyone's emailing me trying to get me to sponsor them and do sponsorships and sell you guys indicators. No thanks. No thanks. I'm good. No thanks. Tesla's dropping. It's not going to be easy, guys. That's where managing that risk is good to do. Tesla really dropping. Uh-oh, the 2 hour didn't cross, guys. 2 hour didn't cross just yet. 15-minute did. 15-minute crosses back down. Not the moment. Maybe it curls right back up. You're going to see a lot of behavior like this. This is why I just say, you know, it might even be a good time to be like careful as hell. Might be a time to be like, oof, maybe I just want to chill for a little while. Who said it this morning? Who was it that said it this morning? I think it was Lil AR15 or someone like that said, I don't understand what's going on, so I'm just going to sit back and chill. I'm not going to take any trades unless I see something obvious. And I totally respect that today. I haven't taken any new trades. Meta really selling off. What did we say? They're going to start liquidating stuff. And then what are they going to leave? Probably this guy's going to still remain higher. They're going to start to liquidate. We talked about this right before AMC and GME make that big move. I'm still wondering if that's even going to play out, but as of right now, not looking good. SPY still, oh, nope, getting a little wick up here. What is it dropping for? Let's see what they say. Interest rate concerns. Really? Interest rate concerns. Really? We get a slowing in growth, and they think there's interest rate concerns. Slowing in growth brings interest rates down. So why would there be an interest rate concern? Well, is it the other data? Who's got the other data? People are buying less homes. Jobless claims are going up. I don't know. Did someone see jobless claims? Go look. I'm gonna go look. Where are my jobless claims? Jobless claims went up. That is deflationary. That means the yields will come down. So why are they? They're literally telling you the opposite, by the way. Initial jobless claims went up. It went higher than consensus, higher than forecast. GDP is showing slowing in growth. Those are both things that bring down the 10-year yield. You're seeing it right here. Yet the story on the SPY, at least as far as trading view goes, stock slide on interest rate concerns. What's the concern? That they go down and you can get a better rate for your home? I don't get it. Where's your camera? I still don't have my full setup. So we had a storm and my desk sat in a truck for 3 days, and I got the desk and all the pieces were warped, and I tried to put it together, and then because all the pieces were warped, the desk cracked on one side while I was putting it together, and I knew it was for sure warped because when I unscrewed the screws, all the pieces just flung apart. Whenever I unscrewed one, a piece would just fling off to the side, and that's not supposed to happen on a desk. And I was so excited, guys. I was very frustrated. But once I get the full setup, once I get my desk, it's just I don't want to break out camera and set up again. I had already set this up again. I cleared off this desk for my wife, and then it was just annoying. So I emailed them, and they're sending me another one, and they kind of seemed like butthurt that they have to send me another one. And I was like, look, I don't think it's your product. I think it was just the fact that it was probably sitting on a truck for 3 days. It said it was out for delivery. We got a big storm. There was a tornado warning, so it didn't get delivered. And then it probably sat on a truck over the weekend and on Monday because of Memorial Day, and then it was screwed over. It got warped. If possible, meta-analysis. Yeah, let's go over meta, like actually go over the stock. You need the 30-minute to curl back up for this to go positive. So right now you're in a negative 30-minute trend. That means the direction is down. The 2-hour was able to cross. You have 36 minutes for that to print, and then you're confirming a steep divergence here. So this could be a time where the daily could roll over. And the problem with meta right now on the daily is it is in negative territory. That's why I wanted to talk about this again. It's in negative territory. What does negative territory mean? It means negative price action. It means downward trend, which means if you start to lose 453.08, what are you going to do? You're going to test the low, go make a new one. And now you have to make sure to know how to actually take a trade with this. It doesn't mean, oh, this crosses over and I'm done, right? You have to know how to manage these things because we know the market's rigged. And the reason you know the market is rigged is because my AMC calls are up today. My AMC calls are up significantly today. How's that, Steve? Does that help you out? TLT is the move. TLT way outside of its weekly expected move here, dips down, negative. If that flips over and goes positive, we might see these yields start to drop down dramatically with a lower high. So if we start to see these yields cross over into negative territory, we actually might see this broken. And you actually know that when the yields come down, that means a crash is there. It's just funny to me that they're telling you that yields going up is the concern right now. With all the data we've gotten, the opposite reaction should be there. Okay, I'm glad that was helpful, Steve. Dollar is going down dramatically. This is the profit taking. The dollar is going down while the market is going down. This is them taking cash out while the market is going down. This is insiders moving out of cash. Where are they putting their cash? They're either putting it into overall stocks. It means they might be buying at these levels. It could mean that they're using this money to pay for their short selling positions. Pay for those borrowed shares. The borrowed shares is like hundreds. I think it's like, I don't know how much percent it is to pay for the interest on your borrowed shares, or if they get margin called and things like that, but they need liquidity. So it looks like they're doing something. Are they doing more short selling? Are they paying for their borrowed shares? Or are they buying the stocks right now? If we're going to hold true, the market is following TLT, yes. But TLT is now bouncing. So if the market needs to catch up to TLT first, I get it. The only problem I'm having here is XLU continues to stay higher, which is the crash indication. If the crash is going to happen, then XLU is going to keep going down. Why is it going up? That would maybe mean to me that we're not going to see the crash right now. Sure, we're crashing right now, but I don't think this is going to be the big moment because unless XLU reverses this, but I'm not seeing that as of right now. They're maybe running to safety. Yeah, they could be running to safety. Like TLT, is that what you're saying? SMCI will get destroyed. you're going to have a 15-minute divergence here. 15-minute divergence on SMCI. If that curls up, it goes positive, this trend can reverse around. Nah, it doesn't look that pretty. 2-hour looks ugly. That's just pointing down into negative territory. That's not good. But if this 15-minute can cross back up, this is why risk management is so important. What's Bitcoin doing? Ooh, I almost posted this morning. Damn, I wish I did. I thought the 4 hour is going to cross up here. It is right now, but it was more of like I didn't really have a reason for it, so I didn't want to post it anywhere. If I don't see the setup clearly, then I'm not going to post it. Go with this wick here. Seeing price get tight. Seeing price getting tighter and tighter. It could last all the way into next week. Whoa, what a buyback. Whoa, look at the futures market. Remember when we tested that remember when we touched that daily expected move in the futures? That's the picture we posted on YouTube. So if you want to turn post notifications on for the community post as well, that would be probably a good thing because sometimes I post it there. But we posted this to Patreon. Well, we posted the volatility thing to Patreon first. IWM, if you turn up this 2 hour, we're looking pretty. What about the hourly? Ooh, hourly divergence was there as well, closer to the center line. Right when everyone thinks we're going to crash, we might just see a bounce. We're still paying attention closely, though. We don't know where they're putting that cash, right? We know they're rotating out of the dollar. We just don't know where yet. How we know when it's in the stock market, when it's in stocks, I think is if the SPY can confirm something up here. It's starting to violate those divergences, though. So no guarantee with this anymore. Now this is kind of gone. Yeah, it's gone. You still have it on a 15-minute. Maybe we'll just leave it on a 15-minute, see if that can go positive today. Netflix, big candle down. Netflix was the one with the most weakness on the 2 hour. It literally was crossing, you know, right around here. Okay, so this bar is crossing it. A big weakness here for Netflix. Getting closer and closer to the center line. This is when you want to pay attention to setups. As a trader, this is a very good moment to learn. If you just click on a chart and you start to see this, good shot that you're going to roll over a daily MACD on Netflix. Remember, there's a lot of traps out there, though, so we have to manage this trade. It's on a 2 hour. Look at a 30-minute. If the 30-minute curls up at any time, then we can get more upside. You see how we're like within this wedging here. I'm going to get rid of this. I think I need this. I might leave that in case we go up and touch that point. So right now you're at a point where you're in a wedge. You're hitting the bottom of that wedge. The 2 hours crossed over. It looks pretty good. See if that reverses back up. We'll have to see if this is actually going to be a trap by the end of the day. Because XLU is still up, guys. XLU is still up. What did I say? 15-minute is what I want to watch. There's just no divergences here right now. So now you don't even have divergence. This would be even more of a tricky trap because I don't even have momentum telling me it should go up. So if I don't have momentum telling me it should go up and they're trapping, usually they at least show it in the momentum. They're not even showing it in the momentum right now. So if this is going to be some kind of trap, that would be very interesting. But notice we're struggling. We're struggling at that daily expected move. We keep hitting it and not closing below it. Tesla's still tanking. Yeah, curled over on the 15 minutes. So that would tell me, my risk management would tell me, not the moment to get in. Actually, I never got in on this. The 2 hour never crossed, guys. I said, pay attention to the full 2 hour bar. You still have 30 minutes left. So this hasn't crossed. There was no reason for me to take the trade. The MACD is pretty damn important. I know it's lagging, but it is important. So now the 15-minute crossing over, maybe this does this and then turns right back around. But if that doesn't turn right back around, you might see some kind of flush and then see that retest and then go back down. So we can see if we go negative. That's very important. We don't turn up early in negative territory, right? So the 2 hour, it could just roll over. It's in negative territory. So we're negative on the 2 hour, right? We know it's in a negative trend. We were never positive on this until this fully crosses on the MACD and shows that bar. It completes that bar. NVIDIA, oh, getting very close to crossing on the 2 hour. 15-minute by the center line. So if the 15-minute crosses up, you're still in positive territory. This is just a trap. Remember how they trapped you last time right here? 15-minute got really close to going into negative territory. Didn't, but it never really got able to cross back up. So no strong move here. We'll have to see if that happens soon. Tonight we're going to put out the daily expected moves, by the way. Tonight we're going to put out the daily expected moves for each stock that we cover. Because I think going into tomorrow, that's going to be very important. For Amazon, the 30-minute here, we talked about this morning with the move down. What were we overall saying? Well, yeah, we can come test this low. Yeah, we can come test this low, and then they're going to maybe trap you with some kind of double bottom. Now you have this. Let's see right here. We have a slight divergence, a little bit flat. No divergence right here. You do have divergence, flat divergence across the way. So we could get some kind of bounce here. This is just managing the trade right here. This bar at the end of yesterday, if you were taking it based on those 2 hour divergences, this bar right here said, if you take the risk management portion, the managing a trade portion, the last video on the course, it's going to tell you, hey, I should have been out right here. Weakness could be below me. And if that would have just reversed right back around, okay, I'm back into play. But that didn't happen. So boom, that's down. TGT. That target. Oh, this is going to be a 2 hour close to the center line. Yeah. So this is a bounce, yes. Not positive on the 2 hour. No divergences on the 2 hour below us. Didn't have a 30-minute divergence either. So no reason for me to think this has to like fully reverse. Now it did get positive. That's a good sign. So I want to look at my 2 hour. If this crosses at any time, that's going to mean what? Negative trend, which means what do? We test the low. We go make a new one. Right? So you just want to see if that's actually crossing. If that's able to still go positive, it's a good sign. It's a good sign for target. Daily, if the daily can cross up, it's a decent sign, but you're still in negative territory. What are you guys whining about? Why are my doggies whining? Oh, look, AMC goes down even more. Oh, no. Oh, no, AMC's down even more. Oh, no. What's my option looking like? Hasn't changed. Still up on my option. They want me to sell that thing so bad. Hey, thank you so much, Richard Morgan, for taking the course, and thank you, Jagger, for taking the course. And Clement, I am glad that we were able to chat about that late last night. Thank you for appreciating that I did, email you back last night. But overall, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention, and I was able to find a solution for you. So. And yes, I see your email here asking if you can revisit them. There is no expiring date. It is yours. You can look at it as much as you want. Yeah, just know when you buy the course, it's not like you buy it and then a month later it goes away. It is yours. It's a one-time payment. $100 right now. And you can get that. It's a one-time payment. Thank you guys for taking the course. I look forward to hearing if Jagger and Richard, if you guys have any questions or comments about the course, anything that you like, remember to come in and tell me about it in the live stream. I always love to hear what portions people like. People do like different things. People struggle with different things. So I need to sell this IWM position. Like, what is going on? Let me manage the trade. Manage the trade, Luke. All right, it's not saying to sell it yet. I mean, that's what's funny is like it's gone dramatically. It's up like 1%. It's negative while AMC is just sitting at plus 140%. God damn, that is so wild. You knew the manipulation was bad, but this bad? I wouldn't be surprised if Roaring Kitty tweets soon. When did they switch to X dot? All right, why are people following me on Twitter, you guys? I don't post to Twitter. Why am I getting Andrew Tate videos? Who am I following on this? Like following. I'm literally only following like AMC stuff and Elon Musk. Because I don't use Twitter, guys. Don't expect me to post anything to Twitter. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome, Clement. Thank you for taking the course. I'm glad we were able to solve that problem. By the way, the payment was working today. I used Apple Cash. Okay, awesome. I'm sorry that you guys ran into payment problems. If you do run into payment problems, just know that the PayPal is there for you. So the PayPal, notice they do not want it to go back above 437. Look how important that is. Apple. Uh-oh. It's curling up on the 15-minute. Cup and handle could prove itself right here. Remember, we got to make sure there's confirmation. 2 hour, you got 22 minutes left. If that confirms, there is a high probability that you head up from here. Watch out for that weekly expected move. I'm targeting something around 193. I'm banned. I got a big mouth. What'd you get banned on? What'd you get banned on, Scott? I just stand up for a sec. What'd you get banned on? Oh, did the, like, it banned you? Do I have bans on my thing right now? I don't even think I created bans for my stream. Oh, Twitter. Twitter? What are you getting banned for? Did you become the president of the United States and try to fix all our problems and then get banned? I tell you. It's okay, dude. You'll get your Twitter back. You just need to join ISIS. Remember, they all have those. They all have Twitter pages. They're allowed to have it. Oh, Lucy again? Yeah, Lucy's the 5-minute play. Uh-oh, did that cross back down? Yeah, so cross back down on the 5-minute. Literally, I just went back and I'm like, every time the 5-minute crosses into positive territory, it's been running. Why is the SPX frozen? Is it really frozen? Oh my god, what? Is the SPY? Why is the XPX? Oh my gosh, is there... I'm looking up halts. No way there is a halt on this. No way. Okay, I don't see any halts on it, but that is some very funky behavior. What? No way. The SPX halts and the SPY starts to bounce dramatically. The 5-minute just crossed for that. Remember, 15-minute, a little bit more important. No divergence is really down here. One across the way, which means the 30-minute one may be there. We'll see at the end of this bar if this 30... No, it's not going to be there, but this is psycho. XLU still holding at higher levels, so I'm still expecting this is a trap. Apple looks like if it curls up on the 30-minute, that'd be a good sign for upside, but watch out. That might be very limited. What is going on? The Dow is just going lower. IWM. God, I am following my risk management, but this is getting very difficult because things are so out of whack. Things are so manipulated. It is crazy. Why would this stop? I'm gonna go look what's going on. Anyone saying anything about this? Oh my god, SPX is frozen. So they waited for the range to break in order to freeze SPX quotes. XPS, people think that SPX got halted. Data is down on all platforms. There could be an outage. Oh, there's magically an outage all of a sudden. Notice all the craziness that's happening today? And there's an outage. Notice all the craziness happening around with banks starting to fail, smaller banks starting to fail, and a bank blows up all of a sudden. I wonder if that was where they kept all of their books and their data. Probably is. They probably moved all of their files in there and said, oh no, there was a fire, there was an explosion. Wow. They normally just say, yeah, it's always what they. Oh, K Meta, thank you so much for joining the stream. I'm sorry, I didn't welcome you in. That's my fault. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing. SPX 500 is not frozen. Okay, that's not frozen. Okay, we're holding up at that daily expected move for the SPX. Now this is the futures, but what happened? Oh God, Abercrombie and Fitch. Abercrombie and Fitch. This is still a company. 2 hour crossed up right here, saying more upside. I know it's overbought, but ooh, screaming higher. Looks like this might have some shorts in it as well, huh? We don't know how bad the problem is. You're seeing it across the whole market. 30-minute cross down. If 30-minute can cross back up, that might be the next move, but maybe 5-minute. 5 minutes not the best on this one. 15-minute looks okay for these runs. It gets down towards the center line, even goes negative. If that can curl back and go positive, another move. But I wouldn't bank on a lot of these happening again. I would say eventually this is going to fade completely, and it's going to maximize in the AMC and GME play. Because isn't it weird how all these other ones are popping off, but AMC and GME aren't? For how long will it stay this way? If we keep getting this craziness in this market, this is a very hard market to trade in. So if we're going to keep seeing this craziness, I'm going to keep it like that. Okay, so for now, I'm going to say until Friday, but I would say I'm going to at least extend it till Sunday. If the craziness continues next week, I'm going to make it $100 again. So don't think it's just going away. I would just say get it as soon as you can. The sooner you could learn, the better for you. Truly. But I'm going to give you, until you're able to buy it, I'm going to give you as much as I can live here and on YouTube that I can, okay? I'm going to give you as much as I can. Yeah, if the craziness continues, I would be a bad person if I just made the course $500 all of a sudden. I'm not going to do that. $30-minute crossed up. It's going positive. What does a 2 hour look like? Okay, 2 hour crosses up. You have you could go positive here. That's a big move. You're crossing the center line on the RSI. If you can cross up here, then you could say, hey, that's a little bit better reason to take a trade, but not the best look here. I don't think this is the best setup in the world. Microsoft. Oh, I thought I missed one of your comments there, Landon. Oops. I'll look at it on a 5-minute. Yeah, it's starting to curl back up, but you don't really have divergence. You have divergence on a 5-minute. You got to take that with a grain of salt. Yeah, your 30 minutes well negative. You need that to flip back to positive. Wonder how big of a trap this would be. If they're going to make this XLU going higher. XLU going higher. 2 hour hasn't crossed yet, though, for XLU. So 2 hours still has to cross, but XLU's up while the market's down. Kind of a divergence in price there. SPY, are we bouncing yet? Trying to. I think if this 15-minute crosses, that'd at least be a first good sign. Look at that daily expected move. We will not lose it. Look at that. That is so crazy. Oh, yeah, I got to investigate the issue. Oh, who unplugged the cord, guys? Who unplugged the cord? You guys. Oh, short seller Bob, you unplugged the cord? Ugh, come on, short seller Bob. Why'd you do that? I'm sorry to anyone named Bob out there. I'm not ragging on you if your name's Bob. I'm ragging on short seller Bob. It's different. SPY has 3-minute divergence. Don't be going into the 1 minute and 3 minute and convincing yourself. That stuff does not play out a lot of the time. But if you're looking to really micro level get into a position and you see other things like the 15-minute can curl up, I understand it. I would just be very risk managed still. Bob's your uncle. Dick's my uncle, actually. I loved my Uncle Dick. Awesome. You guys ever seen, what's that movie? A Walk to Remember? My Uncle Dick lived that. He fell in love with a girl in high school and she got cancer and they got married against her family's wishes. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, my uncle lived that. The movie's not about him, but he lived that. And then he got depressed and he went to Vietnam. And then he came back and he was literally my favorite uncle. He's so goofy. He's so nice. He's so funny. His kids are all funny. My cousins. It's great. Been single for 4 years, just as sad. Sounds like a book. Well, it's technically a movie. He lived it, but the movie's not about him, but he did go to Vietnam after that. But he lived it, and she passed away, I think, like 1 to 3 years later after they got married. Pretty crazy. That stuff, it's crazy to think like that kind of stuff can actually happen. I'm just watching The Spy, by the way, because I want to see. Ooh, wait a second. Don't you? Wow. Wow. I bet money what is happening here with NVIDIA. Wow. Oh my God. This market is so much fun right now. It's crazy. It's stressful, but it's so much fun. You got to admit it. Come on, guys. If today wasn't as wild as this, we wouldn't be having as much fun. If today was a boring sideways day, I'd already be off the stream and I'd be doing other things, working on other things. But the fact that this is happening is so crazy. I'm going to leave you guys on The Spy for a second. Abuela just got here. She's only seen the place once. Now we have a bunch of furniture and she's seeing it for the first time. So I want to see her reaction. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm just going to go say hi. I'm going to be a nice guy. I'm going to go say hi. All right, leaving you on The Spy. See if that 15-minute crosses. I'll look at other charts here in a moment. Actually, here, Sloth, I'll look at Apple for you real quick. 15-minute crossed up. That means positive can happen. 2-hour crossed up. Positive can happen. The probabilities are upside here, but the 30-minute hasn't crossed yet. I really like 30-minute charts for upside, and I think your upside is limited to 193. I think you're going to get a sell-off signal, some kind of weakness signal up in this area, so be cautious here. But you are seeing some okay stuff for upside as XLU continues to go up, guys. Look at that. It's going positive now. Now, this could rotate down. Don't think it can't. We're still watching this. But if this starts to curl up, 30-minute goes positive, curl up on the 2-hour, we can see a lot. Let me go say hi to baby girl. I had to step away for a bit. What's your thoughts on FFIE short term? FFIE is pretty simple. I think that will stop printing eventually, but we've talked about it a few times. If you just 5-minute chart crosses up positive territory, it's literally been seeing huge price swings up and down when that 5-minute chart crosses up. You're making like, it's going up by like 15 to 30% every time that 5-minute crosses up into positive territory. All right, I will be right back. Let me go say hi to Abuela. All right, guys, don't worry. We're back. What happened? Did it cross? Oh, man. Sorry. Had to say hi. She loves our furniture. We knew she would. What happened while I was gone? Anything? I just found your channel amazing, detail-oriented, so I bought your course. I'm looking forward to learning it. Awesome. Hey, you saw it today and you bought it today? Hey, that's awesome. I really hope that you like it. Know, Susie, that you get to take it as many times as you want. I give my email away in it plenty, and you can always come back live and make comments. If anything's confusing you, send an email. I always like to say I try to keep up with emails the best I can. If you run into something, one part that's a little more confusing for you, because everyone's different, send me an email. Alan doesn't like to be played with by Bruce. He hates it. So he lets out a turkey sound when he doesn't want to play. He goes, bah! Yeah, just know you can email me a question if it's about the course, okay? Please don't email me about a stock. I do so much stock analysis live. I get so tired. Just email me a question about the course and we can see if we can help you out with that as well. But thank you so much for taking the course. Thank you to everyone for taking that course. And Tommy, thank you so much for joining the Patreon. I hope you find some key tools to help you out there. And David, once again, thank you for the donation. And someone else just made one. $5. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you so much for that donation. $5. You guys know I love a little cup of coffee. Thank you so much for the donation over on PayPal. IWM is, oh God, you guys, did anyone notice this? IWM. Look at that. Remember on Patreon, we gave this little trade setup yesterday during market hours. Now, I'm not telling you to buy or sell anything, but I'll tell you if this looks like a bullish setup, and it looks bullish. Now, you have to know how to get into this play early because it's very difficult, but the premium here actually was pretty garbage. So now you would think as I am past, this is very strange. I don't know if there's a problem on my end or something. I am like, do I have 204? Okay, I have let me see what my strike price is. Strike price, 205 strike price. I am almost to my strike price now. I'm sorry, I think I thought I was at 204 was my strike price. It's 205. Right here. It has gone, I bought here. It is here. My strike price is here. I'm only up 20%. Do you realize how messed up? That's not right. That is not correct. This should be like almost a double at this point. This should be like worth 70% to 100% right now. But instead, my AMC call is worth 140%. And my AMC call the AMC is down 13% since then. Hey, $5. Thank you, Susie. Thank you so much for that. How do I join Patreon? There's a link down in the description as well. It is $7 a month. I can tell you that the value you get in there is like insane. And I put out trade setups, and IWM was the play. Now, I think maybe some people who took this, you might be struggling with the pricing of your option right now because something is very off here. Very off. Would it go over what indicators I use? Yes, it does. One of the first things we do is show you how to set up your indicators. And I recall telling you what numbers to plug in and everything like that, but I'm very open with my indicators. I let that open to pretty much everyone. There's people that ask me live for that info all the time, and I'm just like, yeah, here you go. I'm like, whatever can help you guys. But understanding the indicators is much more important, but getting them set up is very good too. Right, so we show you this in the course and just show you how to set it up. Thank you so much for the $5. I really do appreciate it, Susie. All right, anything else crazy happening? Apple almost confirming. I like my 30-minute chart. That's why I really like 30 minutes. Tesla, right when it's about to cross, starts to... As QQQ struggles to hit 10 bucks. Yeah, Qs are holding up a little bit better. Now you're bouncing at that daily expected move. You reached down towards that weekly, but they didn't want to close deeply below this. What's the bid ask? I took way out of the money. Check. All right, the bid ask. Okay, so the bid ask on mine is the bid is at no way. What is this? Is so don't get it. It's way out of the money, first of all, and I just rolled it for 2 weeks. So it's a very low amount, right? We're going for something crazy. We're doing a fun play. I'm going to tell you right now, the bid on it is 1 cent. The ask on it is 50 cents. The price of it is 26 cents. I'm taking way out of the money because that's when you can get the most contracts, and I don't want to risk a bunch of money, but what? I've literally never seen that shit before. That is so wild. IWM's about to freaking go past my IWM's about to go past my damn one there at 205. So even if I try to sell it, I can't, even though the value is high. Can I sell it at 0.26? I'm not selling it. So they're pricing the option as if it's already gone up, but it hasn't gone up yet. This is exactly like the Big Short. They're pricing, right, in the Big Short, they price the swaps as if they've already dropped, but they haven't dropped yet. And then what happened after that? Well, soon they started to scramble. They had to buy it back, and then the value of those swaps went way up. But right now, I can't even sell my option for the value that it's priced at right now. That is just the weirdest behavior I've ever seen. 1,700 calls. Don't get overexcited, Miles. Don't get too crazy, okay? Don't get too crazy. You know, you still could lose all that money. Don't get too crazy out there, guys. We have to. We have to be careful. Can't find the link to Patreon. Is it down there? It should be right underneath. It should be in the description right underneath the course. In the description on YouTube. So you might have to like close the chat for a second, because sometimes on YouTube the chat gets in the way. Click the description. There's like a button that opens up like more information or the about of the video or something like that. And it'll be in there. No, I'm telling you right now, it is saying that I am in profit. It's not showing me the last ask or the last transaction. It's not. Either that or it's just frozen. I can tell you right now, whatever happens. I don't care. Hey, thank you so much, Avery Tompkins, for joining. Goes up 2, then goes down 2. It's killing me on IV. That's what NVIDIA is doing. Okay, so see, NVIDIA was the same problem last week. Last time someone bought that call, it was for 26. I see why it's got you confused. No. Well, and that might be the case. That might be the case. So, but someone out there bought it for 26, and maybe there's just not a market for it. But that still means the value of mine is priced at 26. I think I bought it for 10 cents. I just bought a bunch of them for 10 cents. Why is NVIDIA stubborn to sell off? Because it is the opposite of AMC and GME. So AMC and GME are manipulated down. NVIDIA is manipulated up. That's why I keep saying over and over again in my YouTube videos and live and on Patreon, I'm like, just be careful trying to short anything like NVIDIA, because it's like it's hard to buy AMC. It's hard to take a call on AMC, but the behavior right now proves something is going on that is very, very wrong. And the other point to that I would point out, Willow, is even if that is the case with that 0.26 price, why is my IWM not printing towards my strike price? I bought it down at 22. Now it is at 204. It's been negative almost this whole time. That's what I'm getting at. Why is Uber going down? I can't tell you why it's going down, but I can tell you why technically it is going down. If the 30-minute crosses, you can come down and take this touch. And something to compare this to, it's any stock can be manipulated at this point. If you take the risk management portion of the course, you'd already be out of this move. You'd already be out of this move, and you'd be waiting for the curl up on the 15-minute. So if this 15-minute curls back up, you can see positivity. Why is it going down? Because nothing just goes up in a straight line. There are pullbacks, there are this. The only one that goes up in a straight line a lot of the time is NVIDIA because it is manipulated up. Okay, so nothing goes just up and up and up forever. And if you're watching it all day, it's definitely not going to go up and up and up forever. So this would mean if I'm being risk managed, I would be saying there could be a pullback here. Ooh. It goes in a straight line if you look at a 5-year candle. Yeah, but these are people sitting in front of their computer right now. But you're right, Patel. You were right. If you just zoomed out and we looked at maybe even a 12 months, man, this thing just goes straight. Oh, wait, well, let's look at the SPY. Man, this thing pretty much goes straight up. But then you just can't look at anything in between. You can't look at anything in between. We look in between. We're trading back and forth. We're trading like water. 30-minute crosses up. That would be a good signal that we might go positive, right? Still a contrarian indication. You're still negative at this point on this MACD. Do I see the SPY hitting 520, like going down from here? I really believe the trap is set. I think we just kind of trickle around, maybe doodle back down as we hit the weekly, see this drop a little bit, and then it just pops right back up. I think it goes below 520 by next month, by the end of next month. SPY is going up. If this crosses, it means if I'm short here, there's no reason to hold that anymore. That's what my strategies would tell you. I also was brought a egg and bacon sandwich. So if I receive a sandwich, that means we're probably staying live for a little bit longer today. Whenever I get food live, that is a good sign that we're staying. Ken, thank you so much for buying the course. Really do appreciate it. A lot of people buying the course, and I really do appreciate that. I think you're starting to see that by taking the course and by trying to learn these indicators and trying to get as good at it as I am, you can use me as a point of reference. You can come in, you can find those setups and maybe get a second take, see if it looks bullish, bearish. But also, it's a very hard market to trade in, and I'm probably one of the only people that was able to catch this, and it was very difficult for me. This was very difficult for me, guys. My risk management told me not to sell my volatility play because there's going to be some downside for the SPY. I didn't. That printed. I was able to make good money. Okay. Then on the VIX later on, we just said there's probably going to be a divergence formed up here on the 30-minute. You see it on the 15, but we said it would be on the 30-minute. It is there. The 2-hour has crossed over. So now we're looking. Oh, wait, it hasn't crossed over yet. So right now, if this 2-hour starts to cross over, now we can see bullishness come in. It'll be very interesting. And what are you noticing? HYG starting to bounce. The dollar dropping off dramatically. Someone is buying here, guys. Someone is buying here or getting out of cash and into what? It is either they are forcing AMC and GME down with cash, so they're moving out of the dollar to force that down, and or they are buying stocks at these prices because this is the market has sold off while the dollar has come down. It is the opposite of this. So the opposite of this was the market was going down while the dollar was going up, or the market was going up while the dollar was going up. And that told us what? That the market was going to go down. Now the market is, or now the dollar is going down while the market is going down. It's just the opposite. So someone is buying here. And remember, 33% of trade. So the 2-hour crosses up on the SPY. That's what I'm really looking for. But just remember that 33% of the trading happens in the last hour of the day. Who's got volume for me on the day for the SPY? Who's got volume on the day for the SPY? And are we still seeing the SPX problem? Yes, we are. Refresh this. Halts going out there. Okay, I got to eat a little bit, so I'm just going to focus on my risk management. And actually, I'm going to talk with you guys in the chat and watch some SPY for a second. I got to eat, guys. I haven't eaten today. Trump's about to be acquitted. Makes sense to me. Sorry for the ASMR. Just this is a little greasy, so I'll move my mic a little further away, but I don't want to hit the mute button a bunch. I have, Willow. You just weren't here in the morning. God dang it, you're gonna make me get grease all over my... Ah, man, it's all over my keyboard. Come on, man. This here on the 15-minute has some divergence that we were talking about. 30 minutes curled down, but someone said that, I mean, I looked at this in the past. It had a huge short interest, so there might be some naked shorting going on here, but 2-hour rolls down, that'd be bad. If that just remains positive, it's good. Daily, if that can cross back up, that's confirmation of more upside there. But you might need a further pullback. So is this a good trade setup? Not necessarily. I'd like that to at least go sideways and then turn back up. See that MACD get a little lower. Yeah, this is hard. It's hard to click around and hold a sandwich and eat at the same time and talk about stocks. Yeah, it's because I moved the mic away. Watch. Yeah, you can hear it. Gotta move the mic away. It's a sensitive mic. It's very sensitive. How dare you pull it up when I'm not in the chat? We actually show up for the occasional ASMR. Next time I'll put the dog's water bowl. We have their little eating area down here. The dog's water bowl there. I'll bring the mic over to the water bowl so you can hear some slurping. Dang it. So, you know when you have a bacon sandwich and you take a bite of the sandwich and then the whole piece of bacon falls out because you didn't crunch through it properly? And now none of your sandwich has bacon anymore because it's all in your mouth. God, it sucks. Remember, guys, with AMC and GME, notice I haven't pulled it up in a while because we haven't really crossed up on anything. But if this crosses up on a 15-minute, that's where I'll apply that position. But until that happens, I'm chilling. AMD trying to go positive. We'll see if that curls up on a 30-minute. But still, I think the SPY is very important here. Now, we could see another drop down, get a divergence, double bottom. It can still be true on every single one. That means you just didn't have enough bacon? You're right. I'll tell the chef. I'll tell the chef. Be like, hey, but I'm gonna put it on you guys. Yeah, we can look at Costco. Just give me a second here. I'm gonna tell her that you guys said that she didn't make the sandwich correctly. Not me, because I'll get in trouble. But you guys can get in trouble. Not me. Video. The most manipulated up. Let's see, AMC and GME are being manipulated down. So I suspect that AMC is going to turn up a 15-minute MACD right by the center line, and we're going to see an upward move. Hughes trying to curl up. The SPY trying to curl up. Interesting. Yeah, she owes me for the furniture. Hey, I don't have to take care of a baby all day. I'm pretty happy about that. I love my baby girl, but if I had to do it all day, oof. I've had to before, and it's it's a lot of work. I get so tired. She needs to be entertained a lot. Don't worry, Carlos. I'm finishing up, man. I'm gonna look at that Costco stock for you, dude. I'm gonna look at that Costco stock. You just friggin' wait. I got you, bro. I don't know why I'm talking like that. It's fun. And IWM still looking strong. Risk management says to hold. 2 hour about to cross up. Maybe this is where I see the pullback and I can manage that risk, but it just sucks because I'm I'm at my strike price and now it's breaking even. That makes no sense. What's the ask on this? Maybe you're right. Maybe something's just funky with the orders. No fucking way. Ask is so low. I don't care. I might just sell out of it. That way I don't have to deal with it anymore. Why can break even? Because something funky's going on. Real funky. Okay. Oh, I already did. So, Scott, when I was about to be a pro soccer player, and when I played in Pennsylvania, I fasted. I used to do I did 16-8. I did 16-8. I would work out, like I would run in the morning. I would stop eating, I think, at like 10 p.m. No, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. I think I would stop eating at 8 p.m. and I wouldn't eat until like noon the next day or something like that. Yeah, that sounds right. Black coffee and water, baby. That's all I ate in the mornings back in the day. Yeah, Miles, I mean, that's why I said, like, I think it was AR-15. He might not even be here because he's out chilling. He's not going through any of this stress. Like, am I going to take a SPY call here? Hell no. I'm thinking about getting out of IWM just because it's sketchy right now. I'd rather be, like, sitting on my hands, focusing on my fun play. IWM can lead the market. Small caps can lead the market. But the reason you're seeing a good reaction here from IWM, great reaction, great trade. It's just the value of it is very wonky. Is because the 10-year yield. So the data we got today is bad for the 10-year yield, which is funny because they're saying that people have interest rate worries after the 10-year, after the data this morning, which is just the total opposite. The data showed you that the 10-year yield would drop, and they're saying you should be worried about it popping. They're telling you the complete opposite. So small caps need loans, and so when loans get cheaper with interest, it's good for small caps. Whoa, 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 wait a second. Yo, GameStop, what you doing, bro? GameStop, what you doing, bro? Now remember, these can follow each other. So the last time this happened, it was GME made the move, AMC made the move later. So it's like kind of like whichever one makes the move first, the other one can follow later on. Sometimes it takes another couple days. But I hope so. I didn't give my abuela financial advice, but I might have told her about what's happening in the stock market right now. And apparently, she logged on to Robinhood and bought $100 worth of AMC today. And I thought that was hilarious because she doesn't know anything about stocks. I just told her, like, yeah, market's rigged. This is what's happening. Rich people are trying to steal from poor people. She's like, oh, fuck them. I thought that was hilarious. Dang. Remember, if this curls up on the 30-minute, that's confirmation for upside. Now you have 7 minutes, over 7 minutes left in the bar, but and you haven't confirmed. Stay-at-home dad here. Have been trading while also watching my 1-year-old for a year now. Props to anyone who does it. Hell yeah. Shame, so I don't have her for the live video, but a lot of the time in the afternoon, I'm holding her while watching my trades, dude. But congrats, man. How's it going? How's everything going for you? I love to hear parents and everything. If you have any advice for me, as we're only at the 4-month mark, so. Okay, Tom. I got to try to finish this sandwich. It's taken way longer than expected, actually. And I've been munching. I'm a slow eater, though. I'll look at Hood and what was the other one I was looking at? Didn't someone tell me to look at something else? Oh, Costco. I'll look at Costco. Oh, yeah, maybe. Now, guys, hasn't confirmed it yet. Remember, there's manipulation here. Hasn't confirmed it yet. This is how you see momentum shifting up. Strictly educational channel. Miss Rachel, dude, we actually use Miss Rachel. I'm just going to tell you right now, my daughter hates it right now. She really dislikes it. My daughter likes, because maybe it's because we talk to her a bunch. We talk to her a ton. She likes something called dancing fruit, or we call it dancing fruit. So we let her watch Dancing Fruit for about 20 minutes a day so we can eat dinner. Me and Danny can eat dinner together. GME hasn't, I haven't seen it cross yet. Yeah, I can't, we don't let her watch Dancing Fruit for like an hour. That's, oh. I'm hoping, right now she's kind of attached to mom and dad. She's figuring out that she's like her own thing and she doesn't like it. So she loves being around us. But if we set her down, she doesn't like it. So I think Miss Rachel kind of freaks her out right now because it's not mom or dad. But I think once she gets over this little phase in like a couple of weeks, she'll really like Miss Rachel. And she is good. Like, I respect any adult that can like make that annoying of a video. Because my God, that thing is annoying. But I'm like, hey, that's how I talk to her when I'm talking kind of sometimes. So I respect them for it. It's just, wow, that is some kid energy. Oh, man. Son's autistic, so the whole he wants us all the time thing is not happening. Yeah, that's probably very hard, very difficult for a parent. That's probably very difficult for you, Willow. But hey, like the way you talk about it, you seem very active with it. Miss Rachel really helps you out. It seems like you're doing all that you can. I bet that's very difficult. And I know that my cousin actually has she has 7, she's about to have 7 kids now, and 3 of them are autistic. So my family knows very well about autism and the how difficult it can be on parenting. It's very difficult, but you know, they've done a great job, and I assume you're doing a great job as well. Kudos to you, man. Congrats on just having a kid in general. Every kid's a miracle in my book. Make it through the day without Miss Rachel and Bluey. I used to watch Blue's Clues as a kid. I probably watched it when I was a little too old for it, but I was bullied when I was a kid. I had to switch schools and stuff. You guys never would have expected that. Yeah. We have a lot to look at. We have a lot to look at when I'm done eating. I got literally like one more bite. One more bite. Ready? Ah. All right. Now I gotta hide this from my husky. He's the fat one. My husky's the fat one, and he always tries to steal my plate and lick it. Oh, god dang it, man. All right. So let's look at some stuff. I'm going to try to tackle this in a certain order. Just make sure to, why don't you comment, whoever was asking to see something, Costco, make sure that you're still here so that I know that you're here when I go over it. I don't want to do it multiple times, and I just want to make sure you're here. So real quick, maybe we'll go look at, someone just bought AMD or AMC. You probably bought AMC, but look at this. AMD about to curl up. Remember, this is the one I'm looking for that signal up here for my regular trading, guys. Remember, AMC at the end of the day is still a fun play for me. I'm using an amount of money that I am willing to lose 100% of. I'm not thinking that I need to bet my whole house on it, because it is that. It is betting. You have to know that in order for it to happen, they have to actually, you know, confront the fact that there's corruption in the market, pretty much, and you have to catch them in it. Here, okay, Carlos, you're here. AMD looks like curls up on the 30-minute. That would be cool. Let's look at Costco real quick, because Carlos, you're very patient. 30-minute, we see a divergence up here. We see a lot of divergences. Let's see if any are at the same time. That's usually a good signal. A lot of divergences at the same time. So with this one, let's look at a daily. Yeah, I love this play. I love this play for some kind of drop or at least some kind of pullback. I really do. The 30-minute looking pretty good. You're even getting a last curl up here by the center line. So you would say if this is going to confirm, the 30-minute needs to cross over, and then that needs to go negative, and then you got to manage that trade, Carlos. But very good. This is when I know, like, you probably, it looks like to me you took the course. And yeah, when I see a stock like this and you're asking about it, I'm assuming you took the course and you're part of Patreon. So now you do have earnings, okay? You do have earnings, and this is one, I would say this, you can see a huge move if you're going to take a play on this because it looks really, 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 really good. You still could get screwed by earnings. It is still a 50-50 flip, but there is a lot going on here that says there could be weakness. But if the craziness is going to continue and Costco is going to keep going up, you have to be aware of that, even though the stock is so high. So what I would say is you're going into earnings. I would not use a big position size if you would like to take a play like this. But I want you to understand, if you take a position as a trader, when you trade around earnings, it is a 50-50 flip. Okay? Now you are seeing some indication that is very, very good for some kind of reversal and trend here. Okay, I'm going to point that out. But if there is going to be a dramatic drop or pop with earnings, one, the dramatic drop, if you're going to the downside, you could make money. But if you also take a big position and it goes the opposite way, you'll lose a lot of money. So the answer here is kind of the same as AMC and GME. If you're going to trade something around earnings, even if it looks really, really good, use a smaller amount of money is what I would do as a trader. What a lot of people would do as a trader. You minimize your risk to an amount that you're like, okay, I understand I'm trading around earnings. The setup looks great. Let me use an amount of money that I'm not too mad about losing in case it goes wrong, because it is a 50-50 flip. It is. Because the setup for, let's take, for example, path. Okay, so even that's, just take that into consideration. Your normal position size, I would just come down on it a little bit, because something like path can happen where you do have not as good of a setup. First of all, this is not as good of a setup as Costco is looking for downside, but you have earnings still. And notice this, it beat down, it beat down. Now, Costco is the opposite direction. It's going up, it's going up. And notice after earnings, it just dropped even harder, 30%. So Costco could do the opposite, right? Even though you see weakness up here, if you want to play it, it looks like a good setup. So that's why I'm like, it looks like a very good setup, but just manage that risk. Maybe taper back on that position size. Is that helpful? Carlos, do you understand what I'm getting at here? Exactly. See, earnings can really mess you up, and that's why it's like, so me with Zillow. So I'll take this into consideration with Zillow, because Zillow looked a little similar to Path here. Zillow looked a little similar to Path. So I'm going to pull it up on a 2-hour. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. If you were to take a play around earnings and the setup looks really, really good. Okay. So if I were smarter, which I am smarter now than I was when I did the Zillow trade, first of all, I would just stay away from earnings. But if I was convinced that this setup was really, really good, and I'm like, I think that this would be really good, but I know earnings can cause something like this to happen. So if I'm going to take a position going this way, I'm not going, in the past, I wouldn't have put $7,000 to $8,000 behind that Zillow play. How much would I have put behind it? Probably $1,000. That way, if I lose $1,000, I didn't lose $8,000. Do you understand what I'm saying here? So if I'm convinced the setup is good before earnings, which that setup on Costco looks good, I would use a smaller position size. Maybe I'd only use $500, because if that move would have went like this to the upside, that $500, if that would have seen a 30% pump to the upside or went to, say, $23, that would have made like 4 times the value. And with $500, hey, I can make, $2,000. I can get that value of $2,000. I can make $1,500. So this is why it's like, why would I risk $8,000 on a YOLO play around earnings? Because it's still 50-50. But if I'm convinced the setup looks good, I just know if I'm going to trade around earnings, I'm going to use a smaller position size, so that in case it doesn't bounce, I could have lost $8,000 here. Losing $1,000 will feel a lot better than losing $8,000. But if it ends up going the direction that your signals say, then you can make plenty of money in that move, and you were a good trader. SPY going over to it here. The 15-minute hasn't even crossed up yet, guys. Hasn't even crossed up. But, someone bringing up the 5-minute real quick. I just wanted to show you how the 5-minute looks like right here. It wanted to rotate down. It flagged out. It was going to cross on the MACD. It rejected that cross as of right now, right by positive territory. It looks like this could be some kind of little head and shoulders cup and handle. You are correct. I just like confirmation on my bigger charts, right? So I could not pay attention to any of that. If the 15-minute crosses up, awesome. I'm a contrarian saying this could be bullish. And then if that goes into a bullish trend, I can hang on to it. The main thing we need to happen is the 30-minute needs to cross up and go positive. That will be huge. That will be huge. This is the huge signal. Kind of like over here with IWM. You see it crossed up. I mean, obviously in this, but if you wanted to get into a shorter position, you could have looked at a 15-minute. We just noticed what? The 15-minute crossed up here. This is where I scaled into one position, and then I looked at a 5-minute to scale into my next one at the end of the day. Boom, that pops as we start to test the bottom here of that weekly expected move. Okay, that's able to go positive. So I can just sit and hold this and see what happens. And then I just manage the trade. GME is green. AMC is green. No, it's not. No, AMC is not green. GME is. How is that 30-minute not crossing up yet? 30-minute hasn't crossed, though. I'm not getting overexcited. So I just broke the neckline. We'll have to see. AMC starting to gain some ground, but not looking the strongest. Now let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's starting to pop as well. What did we say just, I think like 30 minutes ago? We were like, this is probably going to bounce, right? As people. So like 3 people came in at the same time and said, NVIDIA's going to crash down. I immediately look at this stock and I know it's manipulated. So right when those, and not calling you out, not talking badly about you, I'm just saying this. Right when you get that mentality is when I know that you probably bought shorts and I'm telling you this is a short squeeze and you are one of the ones that will most likely lose money if this just curls up on a 15-minute. If this just curls up on a 15-minute, the direction is back to going positive, right? We're right by positive territory. Now, if you get lucky and you're right and you catch the moment where they actually rug pull it, awesome. They could leave this going up for the next 2 weeks. They could short squeeze you for 2 weeks. So that's all. That's why I'm not doing anything with NVIDIA. Now I am looking at things like AMD. AMD doesn't seem as manipulated. 30-minute crossing up. If we go make that divergence up in these levels, I told you this is the one that I'm going to take a trade. I'm going to show you guys how to trade NVIDIA without trading NVIDIA because it's manipulated. So I'm going to trade a stock that's not as manipulated. AMC bids are good. Let me go check. Yeah, I got to see if mine changes. There's definitely something funky there. But you could be right in saying that it's just the lack of buyers or something like that. Lack of sellers, lack of buyers. Hey guys, my IWM call at 2:05. I don't know if it's messed up on my end. My IWM call at 2:05 finally went positive. My IWM call that I took right here just now went positive all the way up here. Jesus, this is just so silly. Now look at this 2 hour going to cross up. I might just roll this position. I might just sell out. Oh, God. Is this even... What? I'm gonna sell this. I'm not doing this. No, I'm not doing this. I don't want them to fake me on anyway. I'm gonna take my 10% on this trade and be done with it. Hold it till the end of the day. Let me look at my risk management. That'll decide for me. My risk management says hold it. Once it says sell it, I'll sell it. But something weird is happening. Maybe it's just on my end. Hey, Mark T, thank you for joining the Patreon. I'll try not to mention it anymore. It's just stupid. %'s 10%. We take those, you know what I mean? But it's just the reason I'm going to be frustrated is like I'm seeing bad behavior. My risk management looks a little wonky, like it's about to do the point where I need to get out. And what do I notice? Like the 2 hours about to cross up. So it's just like, it's kind of a point to just be like, is it really worth my energy? Like I'd rather spend the time not worrying about it and just talking with you guys, honestly. XLU, still up, flagging out. SPY trying to bounce. Apple curling back down. See, it wasn't able to confirm. That's why we don't front run. We wait for that 30-minute to go here, especially when swing trading. Tesla not crossing over just yet. Is there even a good setup here? Like, I mean, IWM was the setup. This is the best looking setup I've seen. I'll let it ride. I'm chilling. It's just I did put a decent chunk in, so I took like a 2 position size. So once I start to get like in regular stocks like this with a move like this, I do take a decent position size. So Wasn't I supposed to look at something else? Got it, Pontiac, all good. I even took the position on TNA and didn't make as much. Yeah, is this... Yeah, this is the same thing, guys. Still mentioning this again. This is a good setup. You have triple divergence right here. You have divergence all the way across the way. You have 2-hour divergences. Like, if you take the course, this is this kind of like, this is when I know people take the course. Carlos took the course because he's showing me a very good setup. This is the type of stuff you can find if you take that course, $100 right now. So the only problem with this is you do have earnings. Okay, so this could just end up gapping up if you're trying to take a downside play here because the momentum looks like it might shift down to negative. Okay, so what I would just say is if you're convinced this is a good setup, this is one of the times where even I would say, hey, the setup looks very, very good. But I use that example of my Zillow trade to just tell you, now, what would I have done differently with that Zillow trade because the setup looked good and it went the wrong way on me? Don't think that this isn't a 50-50 flip. It is. But if you're convinced it is good, then just lower that position size. So with Zillow, instead of, if I went back in time, instead of $8,000, I would have done $1,000. And if I was right, I would have been able to make maybe $2,000 off that play, right? I would have been a value of $3,000. I would have made $2,000. Awesome, that's plenty of money. But because I was wrong, I ended up losing 8,000. Whereas in the second scenario I just said, I could have just lost 1,000. So by minimizing the size here, it's like you're still going to make plenty of money if there's a big move. Just minimize your risk a little bit. Oil bounced. Are you looking at USO? You have daily divergence here? You did. It's far away from the center line, though. Be a little careful. Where's USO? Still negative. Good divergence. Is the 2-hour positive? Okay, 2 hours positive, but it's curling down. You're still pretty close to the center line here. So maybe you go make a double bottom or something like that. Maybe the 30-minute is able to curl back up. So you got two charts to pay attention to here, 30-minute and the 2-hour. They are strong stores, but you got to pay attention if that is priced in or not. Are they going to say something about, less people are shopping there? We're seeing prices go up. We're seeing we have too much supply, so we're going to see revenue drop. What's their guidance? There's a lot of other things, right? Path had good numbers, but went down 30%. Maybe Costco produces bad numbers and goes up 20%. You don't know, and that's why if you're going to take a play that looks good, you want to minimize your risk on an earnings play. Yeah, see, that's kind of what it is. Gamer Guide's got it. I bet earnings will be okay, but already priced in and will drop. That's kind of what we're looking at. Gold. Ooh, 2-hour did cross up, but you're kind of flagging here. 30-minute did cross up, but you're kind of flagging here. 2 hours still down here, trying to cross right now. I don't know if this is the best setup in the world. So 15-minute right now, if that crosses down, then you're probably reacting down to 215.76. But if that 2-hour can remain crossed up, that'd be a good sign. Why is this not moving? Yeah, what? There we go. Okay. It was just a lag in between the bars. Yeah, exactly. So guidance is the more important thing. And numbers, at least you have an estimate, but guidance, you have nothing. You have nothing as far as guidance goes. Check on this guy first. It's still going higher. 2 hours about to cross. I mean, I guess I hold that bad boy. Yeah, I guess I hold. I mean, if this crosses, On my other screen, my risk management, it's not telling me to get out. Not even overbought yet to get out of this position, so. Cool. Good. New Patreon people coming in. We might see some setups tomorrow, so I might put out a Patreon video tomorrow for some setups, especially with this guy. I'm going to literally show you guys the setup I'm going to take, and look at that starting to rip. So I'm going to show you guys the setup I'm going to take. And this right here, if you're playing 2-hour divergence, by the way, this is why the course is very good. It tells you how to get out of this play, because if this turns back up and goes to this high, that's very bad for this position right here, right? This divergence on the 2-hour, very bad. So the risk management portion of my course will tell you, hey, when do I get out of this trade? Because if I get out of it when this crosses, the price might already be up here and I lost a bunch of money. So, but one thing here is if the 30-minute crosses up, look at that green bar right there. Look at that green bar up there. So those of you that took the course, you know exactly what we're talking about here. SPY really trying to bounce. Qs really trying to bounce, which if the Qs are bouncing, that means NVIDIA's bouncing. The only one you have to pay attention to. If the Qs are bouncing, then NVIDIA's bouncing. Why? It's the one stock manipulating everything. Ooh, we're starting to gain some steam down here. So let's see if we've confirmed any upside just yet. We have not. GameStop still needs a little bit more room here. Now, if you go look at a 15-minute, yeah, that's going to be up, but it's still not in positive territory. So this could easily just roll back down, make a small divergence or something like that. But I'm going to say right now, if this curls up by the end of the day, you know, tomorrow could be a big day because your 2-hour might be able to go positive. You see how close it is? Right when everyone starts to believe it's dead, right when the media tells you, do not buy this, do not look at it, why the hell are they focusing on it so much all of a sudden? They're trying to help out their friends. You don't think that the short sellers have friends that are in on the short selling? Come on. Come on. Come on. All right, well, the 15-minute for the SPY has crossed up. Or is crossing up right now. You got 12 minutes left in the bar. Amazon still struggling. Flat divergence here. Divergence from this point. So multiple point divergence and flatness here. Double bottom as possible here. We get data tomorrow. Get data tomorrow. We get the core PCE, personal income, and personal spending. Personal spending, personal income is supposed to come in at 0.3, 0.3, and 0.3 for the PCE. So everything pretty much supposed to come in at 0.3. We'll see how that turns out. That data can mess with it too. What just updated here? Okay. FTEL is the one getting halted a bunch. When did it start getting halted? 11:41 Eastern time, which is 10:41. So it doesn't get halted during all of this. 10:40. Okay, it got halted in here. And then it got halted a bunch just recently. It's getting halted a lot in this upward move. Interesting, it wasn't halted a ton in this downward move, but the opposite move, it's getting halted, so that's sketchy. Wow. Not going to be easy. 5-minute rule is down, still negative as of right now for NVIDIA. 15-minute trying to curl up. There's kind of your confirmation right there. Just pay attention, it might be brief. That's why I might get out of this IWM play. I'd rather not risk any more money than I have in the market as of right now. I could get out of the IWM play to start setting up and use this money for the AMD play. I think upside is going to be a little bit limited. Kind of just waiting for the perfect moment. That is so crazy, that drop off in value. Let's see if it gets above 205. I think that would actually make the value go up to, might make the value jump up by like 200% all of a sudden. So I'm going to chill as the market's about to bounce. So I'm going to sit on it for a second. And then once I see a chunk of money, I'm just selling it. And then I'm going to wait and be patient for that AMD play to maybe set up. I think it will. How's it going, guys? Apple stable. FFIE. Could be reversing. It could be, but that direction's choosing. I'm not even looking at that. Remember 5-minute charts here. Now the 5 minutes a little wonky. See, now the 5 minutes really negative. So now the crossings are getting small. So you'd probably look for a higher time frame. Probably look for an even higher time frame. Yeah, that's not. I think FFIE is done. I think FFIE might be done. The goal was accomplished here. I think that even the short sellers maybe took some money here. I think that they are taking money in these other pumps. That's why it's happening before. Notice AMC and GME haven't done anything while these still do. They're still getting these little rips by 20%, 30%, 40%, 100%. Cost average of 65. That was coming off a 60% loss the day before. Hold lower cost average. It works. Yeah. So you just want to pay attention to the same thing. See if this stuff can go positive. You might even see like this 2 hour turns around. Okay, then maybe a bigger move comes if that can go positive. That's what I would say. As of right now, this was the first moment. You're kind of waiting. And this looks similar to GME actually. And AMC. So if this 2 hour can roll up, it still might be there. I'd really pay attention if we can start to break above like 82 cents. Doesn't have to be dead. It's just if you're going to make any plays, you know, at least Roaring Kitty was saying 2 people, GME and AMC were the ones last time. So I've done my research on AMC. 30-minute not able to curl up, getting a little bit of resistance by that weekly expected move. WM going back up here. 2 hour. The 2 hour can cross. That would be a good sign, but that might be a good sign going into tomorrow. SMCI going green? Yeah, if that can curl up on the 2 hour, that'd be a good sign. You have some little divergence right here on the 30-minute. Green bar showing. So this is a contrarian bullish indication here. You're still pretty far away from positive territory, though, so that's a little bit of a problem. Little bit of a problem. You're just far away. You're at -11 on a 30-minute. Need to get all the way back up to 0, but this would be the point. This would be a point to pay attention. Bullish contrarian. It's not fully bullish until it goes into positive territory, right? So just keep that in mind. Netflix, look at this. Yeah, see, so this slowed down. This is where they would set the little trap, right? It confirmed the 2 hour divergence. It confirmed it. But now you might see one, like the timing just could be off. So this is where the risk management comes in. And you would just say, hey, 30-minute curls up, positive territory. What if we just do a little thing like this? And then that's the right moment. That's more what I would be paying attention to for Netflix as of right now. It could make like a big move by the end of the day, and then that just gaps down tomorrow. And then they're going to tell you it's because of a piece of data or something. But I don't know. That more likely. And Netflix has gotten smart. Nah, it's just a trap. It's just rigged. That's all we know. It's just a little rigged. A little bit rigged there. XLU seeing a strong bar again. Did this curl over on the 2 hour? If this curls over on the 2 hour, then I think we get that bounce for sure. We get a big bounce. Ooh, what was the cool thing about Amazon? I'm surprised this is selling off, actually, Amazon. They're actually apparently, I think it was Amazon or no, it was Netflix. Was it Netflix or Amazon? Maybe it was Netflix. I think it was Netflix. So Netflix, it made sense if it wants to go up because they put out some news that you get like a free Grubhub membership with your Netflix account or something like that. And someone wrote that in an article, so that's technically a rumor. So that might be a buy the rumor soon. When you start looking at the market as a revenue stream for the market makers, it makes a lot more sense. They control the system. Yes, exactly. They're doing what Amazon did with the NFL. Yeah, you control it. Therefore, you can set the prices however you want, or you can at least let retail do whatever they want. And then once they are fully trapped in a move, thinking something has to go down and calls are cheap, they can manipulate the stock market up. That is most likely what's going on here. But that PCC value only at 0.85, not the biggest, but I did show you guys max pain for Friday was 2.76 on the put call ratio for Friday. Yeah, locate momentum. Yeah, that's pretty much what we do on this channel. Be that little fish that sticks to the shark. Oh, I love that. Dude, I want to make that a t-shirt. Laws, do you mind if I steal that? I love that. Marvin Spencer, thank you so much for subscribing. I'm going to text that to my wife real quick. That is a great idea. Do you mind if I steal that, Laws? I'll send you a free one for sure. I'll send you and I'll send if it's popular and it's a good design. We'll see what the design looks like, but that'd be cool. I'll send you like 5 free ones or something like that, so you can get. I'll get sizes from you, and we'll have you send. That way you have some for your friends and family. Luke helps me think and is helping huge. Yeah, thinking a lot of thinking goes into to trading, right? A lot of thinking goes into trading. And you see how, like, by this time of day, like if I continue to go live, you know what I mean? Like, you see how I've gone live for a long time, how I really start to slow down with my voice and stuff, because I'm like, it takes a lot of effort to not only do this for myself, but then I'm looking at charts for all of you guys too. And it's like, it is a lot of mental capacity being taken up when I do these streams. I don't think a lot of people realize that. They think that this is like just easy, which it is easier for me, but that's more when I'm looking at, like, you know, if I'm trading and I'm looking at 3 stocks all day, that's easy. If I'm trading, looking at 3 stocks well, we're gonna make a design, Daniel, and we're gonna let you guys vote on the design on Patreon. So I'm gonna post it to Patreon, and we're gonna vote for your favorite design. We'll just say vote for number 1, vote for number 2, and we'll do it. And then you can say, you know, you want it or not. I want to do like sweatshirts because I really like crew necks. A big O daily top and tail on BURL, Burlington. Oof. Yeah, it's still kind of the direction was chosen with the earnings. So likely, right, we're still very positive on this. It's very hard to short a stock that's this high up because that could print for you, right? You can make money in that, but if that just turns back up at any time, the next positive move can come. And then you'd get a divergence that says reversal and trend, and that one might be a little bit better, right? That might be a more significant drop quicker. Yeah, but I understand. But I think, yeah, the overall statement here is kind of similar to when we talk about earnings, right? It gets down to the center line after the move. That's where you can get in on it. That's overall how I play earnings most of the time. Ooh, I wonder if, like, I didn't make a daily expected move for IWM. God dang it, I have so much going on. I need to make a daily expected move for IWM every day. I'm being stupid. Because I bet this is above the daily expected move right now, or like this, the daily expected move is right here or something like that. Because there obviously was some implied volatility price. Actually, maybe not. Actually, there probably was implied volatility priced in, because that might be why my option is struggling. Of course, it's right at 205, right? I just wanted to get above 205 so I can sell out of that position. Let's watch. I'm going to watch the SPY on the 30-minute. I'm also going to watch AMC and GME on the 30-minute on my other screen. GME did just give up that gain a little bit, so it's not crossing just yet. That's why we don't want to front run something like GME. The reason you don't want to front run something that can short squeeze is because the move is going to be plenty big. So why kind of trap yourself in the meantime? The move here could go to, what, $80 again? So what's the big difference between getting it at $21.50 versus getting it at $22.25 or $23? Like, it's not going to be that big of a difference. Dollar's still dropping off, so it's not pumping up. They're not selling this move. AMD, the one I'm paying attention to, did cross on the 30-minute. Now it's trying to go positive. So if that goes positive, I think it sees a move, and maybe I see a 30-minute double top, and I'll show you guys. I'm going to take that trade in real time. I'll show you strike prices and everything. I'll tell you what strike prices and that kind of stuff. Got to keep some level of privacy on my channel. But note that I'm just doing that for educational purposes to show you when to get into a trade. And it's kind of like if you're here live, like the video, because more people can see this. I don't do this live very often because this is what is taught in the course. So I'm giving you a brief thing here live. But if you really want to get good at it, you got, like, the course will tell you exactly how to do it. It'll help you practice it. It'll show you it in real time. It'll be good. And then you can do the risk management portion as well. We're just going to go over how to at least take the trade. SPY really trying to curl up. Still waiting for confirmation of the 30-minute. Q's still waiting for confirmation of the 30-minute. NVIDIA waiting for confirmation of the 30-minute, but 15 looks like it could cross at any second here. So if AMD doesn't make this pump higher, though, I just don't take the trade. I'm patient. And IWM still just trickling up and up and up and up in positive territory. This is where you could create a handle, right? Gap resistance at 205. So I need it to go to probably right at this gap fill, and then we're probably going to see some sort of resistance, and then that big move might happen actually tomorrow. So if you're following your risk management here, IWM still looks good. And then if we curl up on the 30-minute for the SPY, just really pay attention if this 2 hour is able to go positive. That's going to be a big trap. If that 2 hour goes positive, that's going to be a big trap. Tyson versus Paul. Is that this weekend? Do you think MRNA? Hi, pardon my ignorance. I was watching past live shows when you say, for example, 30-minute curled over. Now I need to watch 2 hour to confirm. Does this mean we only look for entry on 2 hour? No. So you're technically, when I'm saying that, so like say with IWM. So when I say the second confirmation, that's a confirmation that I can hang on to the trade. So the first one is technically the 30-minute curled up. Okay, 30-minute curled up on the MACD. with the divergence, right? So this would be the first confirmation on the 30-minute. Your entry is on pretty much as low as a time frame as you can get with the 30-minute confirmation. So one of mine was a 5-minute here, but I've been doing this a long time. That's why I just teach the 30-minute. Notice you make plenty. But the 30-minute here is technically the entry point. And now in order to hold this position and stay risk managed, if I want to know I can hold it a little longer, I need the 2-hour to curl up. That would be a confirmation again on the 2-hour saying there is still more upside. There is potential upside, right? Because I'm in negative territory. There's potential upside still on the 2-hour. So that's what I overall talk about there. I'm like, yes, the 30-minute curled up, so I take the play, but the 2-hour curling up tells me I can hang on to that play for a little bit longer. Does that make sense? So it'd kind of be like get in, manage the trade, right? We go over that in the course, how to manage the trade, but also pay attention to if you can hold on to the trade. If I confirm this, then that's saying the 2-hour has upside, and I'm taking a longer out expiration or something so I can see that upside. Bought another 1,000 shares of AMC. Good luck. Good luck. Don't get overzealous with it. Okay, Sloth, I'm glad that that was helpful. Thank you. That was a very, very good question. mRNA. That's what I was going to look at for you, Daniel. Mr. Moderna. So 2-hour by the center line. Now we want to look for any reversal signals. So 30-minute, you don't necessarily have a reversal signal. So there's a couple things here. One, is this the best trade setup? For my style, no, not yet. Because if this 30-minute just curls down, this would be the better setup. You see how the angle changes. Tapering is very important. You see how the angle here is like this, and then if I would get another dip down, the angle would change. This is what creates that divergence, right? So if this went like this and curled up, that would be more of a setup that I like. And then that has a high likelihood to turn up the 2-hour. Now, where is the 2-hour? So we're doing it again, Sloth, right? So we look at the 30-minute for an early time to get in, and then we manage the trade by seeing if we can stay in the move, because if the 2-hour curls up in positive territory, good things happen, right? Positive trend. So right now, you would say if I'm a swing trader, if curls up, like if I'm a swing trader, they take this play if this curls up on this MACD. But because I don't trade that way right now, I would like to see maybe a dip like this and then look at a 30-minute divergence, get in, and then make sure that 2-hour is confirming more upside. And then if I see a divergence form, I know to get out if I see that forming. Or when I just make an amount of money. A lot of the time, you guys, I tell you, I like to just make a certain amount of money. I make 100 or 200% on a play and I'm out. And then in times like now, sometimes I'm more so taking like 40 to 80% with smaller sizes because I'm a little bit worried that things are very trappy, right? We've talked about this. Trap, 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 trap. Big push here. Trap, trap. So, yeah, that's how you would do it. So that's how I break down a stock pretty much in my head. And then I tell you guys as much info as I can without it more so to make it more so educational, because I can't be giving stock like actual advice on whether or not you should buy it. I can tell you, hey, yeah, your thinking is right. If you're like, this looks like a good play, I'm like, yeah, I agree. It looks like a good play. But I'm not going to tell you what to do, like what to buy, what to sell. Okay, AMD seeing a good push. On the hourly, I think there will be a triple divergence here, but I want to get even tighter, so I'm going to go 30-minute. I think a little divergence pops up right here. We do something like this, just a ballistic move that gets people really bullish, and then they just rip it away over the weekend. I think this market gets a little crazy next week, and if I'm wrong, then these won't play out, and I'll be risk managed. But this holds true when MACD is in negative territory to bet on upside below 0. Negative territory below 0. So the point with something like the point here that we have been saying, which is a very good way to look at it, is if you go positive, you can still roll over because you're close to the center line. If this is going to make another upward move, you're going to see the 2-hour confirm it, right? So you might not be a lot of room to the upside here, but that's why we create weekly ranges, because we can know how much upside there is. So if I created a weekly range and it looked like, let's say it's up here at 180.50, the top side, well, then that is as high up as the options market is pricing it to go. And if I get above that, then I have a 68% chance to close below it. So what would that tell me as a profit-taking scenario? Well, if I see this cross right here and I take a play on the 2-hour, then I can ride that up to here. And then if that goes near it, past it, whatever, if I make a certain amount of money, then I'm off of it, because this is maybe going to create a 2-hour divergence. Okay, so I'm always ready for the next thing as well. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm always thinking 2 steps ahead. And with something like the 2-hour, you have to think days ahead, right? This could play out all the way into next Wednesday. So when you take a 2-hour play, you have to think days in advance, even a week in advance. If you're taking a play on the daily, you have to think almost a month in advance of what could be happening. And then if you need to manage that trade, just go take the course. And that'll really help. But if you wanted to, it's like, as long as you're managing the trade, you'll be fine. As long as you're managing the trade, you'll be fine. Because if the 30-minute goes positive here and you decide to take it, like I would say front run it almost, you can manage the trade. And if you're managing the trade, you're going to do it on a shorter time frame. That way, you know if there's weakness here. You know if this, so like pretty much, it's like if you take the trade like this and the 30-minute crosses back down right here on the MACD, would that be a bullish signal or a bearish signal? It would be a contrarian bearish signal that could potentially put you into a negative trend again. And you don't want to get faked out. We know the market is rigged. So we pay attention to that kind of stuff. And what would that say? That would say, hey, take the small loss because it's better than taking a bigger loss, or take a longer out expiration to scale in case this happens. So this could be like small position. If it creates this in the future, right, we bounce and then it creates this, and then that starts to bounce up. You get a double bottom. You see the divergence. Okay, now I take another position size right there. If you are nervous about selling or anything like that, or you have a bad mental space in order to take that smaller loss. Got it. This is tough. It is tough. It's a full-time job. It takes a lot of mental capacity. It takes a lot. And people are starting to trickle out of the stream, and that's perfectly fine because we're getting towards the period of day where we got to get lunch so the market could really die down. Okay, guys, so I may jump back in if I see something crazy happen later on to this afternoon. We might do a closing stream, so keep those notifications on. Make sure to go get that course. It's $100 until tomorrow, but we're probably going to leave that open. If the market remains crazy and we see these signals, we're going to leave that open. If the AMD play starts to set up by the end of the day, I will hop back on to do that with you guys. But as of right now, I need a little break, so I'm going to hop off for a few hours, and then we'll see what the market looks like. If the craziness continues, I'll hop back on, okay? So thank you guys for liking, subscribing. A lot of new Patreon people, which I love to see, because that's where I get to give those trade setups, and we get to give those weekly ranges. And you will get monthly ranges this weekend, too. So there's even more value in joining at the end of the month, because now you get to start with a fresh month. You get those monthly ranges, and we're reacting off the bottom or the top side of one right now, which is important. And then now we're going to close outside of it, which we've closed outside of these monthly ranges a lot. Okay, so I'm just going to take a break for a few hours. I'm going to close down the stream for a little bit. And if things continue to be crazy or we start to see upside, if AMD sets up that play, I will hop back on. So turn on those notifications. Thank you guys for being here. Really do appreciate it. Good luck with your trading the rest of the day. I have to hop off. I'll talk to you later. Peace out. Yes, Walter. That's why we have a 30-minute up. So if this 30-minute crosses, you can recover back up to here by the end of the day. And XLU is kind of proving that we should be heading up from here, not necessarily down. The dollar is going down. Where's the dollar? The dollar is still going down while the market's going down. So that means insiders most likely are buying. Volatility is starting to drop off. Now we could see one more pop in volatility. That's fine, but triple divergence might be there right by the center line. You're going into a negative trend right now. So we could see that big move like very, very soon. And then we're watching the other stuff as well. So keep your wits about yous, right? Keep your wits about yous. NVIDIA, don't get over excited with NVIDIA. Remember, this thing is being squeezed every single second of every single day. They just want to convince you that it's going down. If it's going to bounce on a 15-minute, you might just see a 5-minute divergence down here, which is kind of what we were talking about on Moderna. Like, you have the potential for this to happen right around positive territory. It happens a lot where it goes up to the center line or goes past it, and then you see something like this, and you're like, oh, it's going to crash, and then it reverses. So NVIDIA, nothing. I will not be trading anything around NVIDIA. But we can leave you guys on NVIDIA for now on a 5-minute, and you guys can watch that for a bit, see if that plays out. All right, guys, I'm going to hop off for a little bit. I might see you guys later. Peace out.